We don't back down to bullies and shields. We don't back down to bullies and shields. Black lives matter. 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 Black lives matter.
Show video at 7:30. No, we got to stay here. Yeah.
Hey, babe. Not yet. Just because they start throwing their kids over that shit, you don't want to be a phone.
If you can hear my voice, repeat after me. If you can hear my voice, repeat after me. If you can hear my voice, repeat after me. Everybody stay where you are. Everybody stay where you are. Nobody moves except for me. Nobody moves except for me. Nobody moves except for me.
right now they're not really saying much of anything. It's really just people putting their hands up in the air. And we don't really hear too much chanting. There's a gentleman who's out front skateboarding with his hands up also. But we're hearing now, no justice, no peace. But right now they are keeping a significant distance away from the police than they did earlier when they were at that intersection of San Juan and McNichols. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. But so far it's very different. A whole lot calmer, a whole lot peaceful. More peaceful, nothing being thrown at the police as of right now.
This is the Detroit Police Department. We support the peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers. Again, do not engage our officers. This is the Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Again, we support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers. I repeat, do not engage our police officers. This is the Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers. Again, this is the Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers.
Situation. This is a peaceful protest, that's right.
This is the Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers. Again, this is the Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our police officers. This is the Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers. Do not engage our officers. Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers. Again, this is the Detroit Police Department. We support your peaceful protest. Do not engage our officers. There's gonna be a body for a motherfucking body in this bitch in a minute. We sick of this fucking life, bro. For you bitches. I gave my kids to their daddy to help you bitches. Now I'm working for y'all. Motherfucker, police. Everybody on this bullshit.
Hey, when you need a shield, you know you're wrong. I'm sorry, sir? When you need a shield to talk, you know you're wrong. Where's my shield? I asked you. They all got shields. I asked you. What's that on your chest, lady? What's that on your chest? Stay over there. That's body armor. When you need body armor, you know you're wrong. Hey, dog, you just gotta win, huh? Why you need shields to deal with the community? But you're here. But you're here. You call me.
crossing lines, so I have reason to swing. They got it back there, so they can stay just as close as they is. You can see the bitch in their eyes. They don't want to do shit. They don't want to do shit, especially this one right here. You can see this. This bitch is so fucking. I cannot where I walk for none of this shit. Put your hands up. I'm pushing you. Don't buy that shit. Stay where y'all at. Stay where y'all at. Don't buy that shit. Don't buy that shit. They want you to move. They want you to move. They want you to move. Don't buy that shit. They want you to move. Trust me, I was downtown. I got arrested. I was in that group that got beat the fuck up. They want you to move. That's gonna be the only. That's the only way. That's the only way. That's the only reason they got to move in on you is because they think that you're moving on them. All right. So stay at your ground. Hell, you know what I'm saying?
They're backing up a lot more.
That mean they're gonna start firing tear gas again?
Yeah. Yeah, they're backing up way more. So some of the people that we've seen have actually been people that we've recognized from a lot of these events that we've seen before. Now notice one thing, a lot of the officers have moved back and they're continuing to move back. But notice the protesters, a lot of them are not moving forward. I've heard them say that they don't want to move any forward because they think that this may be a tactic that they might be trying to be lured in. So they're not coming up any forward because they don't want to be hit with the tear gas. I heard someone say that, but as you guys can see, they're moving back once again. They're taking 10 steps at a time, moving back. And these protesters, they're really kind of just staying in the place that they were before. They're not coming up because I don't think that they want anything like what happened a few hours ago to take place out here again, with that being tear gas thrown at a lot of these people who are marching, and all of that was in response to them throwing different items at police, different cans, different bottles, even a microphone. I saw that being thrown at police. So anything that they could get their hands on, they were throwing. And in response, that's when the tear gas came out. After the tear gas came out, that's when they tried to blow all of it back at police, and they retreated. And they weren't seen for a while. They actually started at San Juan and McNichols, and then they've made their way here now on 7 Mile near this police precinct. So they came a pretty long way. A lot of them are tired after marching all of that way, but they don't want anything like that to happen again. That's why they're being peaceful at this moment. I can't hear you. Say that again. Correct. Yeah, that's right. We heard that firework. Yeah, we heard that firework go off, and everyone kind of jumped a little bit, not knowing what that was, because it's already tense. They're not sure if that was maybe tear gas going off or anything else, or rubber bullets. But yeah, with that happening, that is very troublesome. So hopefully that's the last time we hear that, but we'll have to see. Absolutely, and so they're making their way up here, but there is a long line of officers that are guarding the precinct. We're walking along them right now, but they're continuing to walk. Some of them are angry. They are saying things towards the police. Some are even cursing them out. But other than that, nothing else is going on other than that. They're continuing to make their way down 7 Mile. So we're going to see where this ends up, but they're going right past the police officers. Yeah, that's right. For some reason, some people are running around. We don't know where they're running to. But it seems like they've all just stopped here in the middle of the street, congregating. A lot of them are running somewhere else, and we're trying to figure out where they're running to, whatever location that is. Some of them are running, some of them are chanting Black Lives Matter right here in the middle of the street. So we're going to see where this is going. We're going to try to follow and see what exactly is going on a little away. We're seeing what looks like some police officers also that are meeting them over there. That's where everyone's going, right over there. I don't know if you guys can see that. Eric's going to try to zoom in as much as he can. But this is where the people are going. A lot of them, I guess the ones who are brave enough, are going past this gated area that is open. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to...
Yeah, there's a good chance Detroit will burn. But, hey, thanks for the donation, by the way. Much appreciated. But, yeah, I mean, would you really know if Detroit did burn? I mean, the place is, like, in shambles as it is. I still find this funny, and I need to find the video. Somebody said it's out there, but I haven't seen it. Haven't really had time to look for it, for one thing. But one of the Facebook groups that I got put into by my producer was a Michigan Bigfoot group. I mean, Bigfoot's not a subject I'm really into, but it's interesting once in a while. Well, there's some stories out that on the outskirts of Detroit, which I'm not familiar with the area at all, but on the outskirts, of course, there's abandoned homes everywhere. Well, anyway, on the outskirts of Detroit, there's supposedly videos saying that, or showing, that Bigfoot has moved into the abandoned houses. And one guy claims he was going to buy one of the houses, cheap, fix it up kind of deal. And the Bigfoot threw stuff and actually ran him out. And, I mean, they're talking like legit Bigfoot, not a jogger in a fur coat or none of that. I mean, it could have been. I mean, that's possible. Maybe it was a jogger in a fur coat. I don't know. But they say that he's moving into the houses on the outskirts of town. And there was a few different reports. But I haven't seen a video yet. Like I say, there's supposed to be one, but I haven't seen it. So, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. People talk a lot about Bigfoot stuff, and you know, why don't anybody get footage or this or that? Well, there's animals that's took National Geographic, years to get footage of, so who knows? I can't say one way or another. I haven't had any Bigfoot experiences, so that's all I can really relate to, but okay, I'll look for a press conference if I can find one. Let's see. I'm sure there's something out there. Thanks for the donations, by the way, from everybody. That greatly helps. But yeah, with my schoolwork and all the streams and stuff, the chair I got, I've had for 2 years. It's just flat wore out and it's falling apart, killing my back for one thing. So I had to order a new one. I didn't want to, but by the way, I don't know who all here is on Twitter or not, but I finally got back on Twitter after over a year of not being on there. So let me see if I can find the press conference. I mean, I know it hasn't started yet, but maybe I can find it on Twitter or something. So it's not till 7:30, so. But if y'all want to go follow me, though, over there on Twitter for whatever reason. Well, one thing, if you are on Twitter, that'd be a good place if you want to give me a link for anything. Clifford Turan. That is the real name of Johnny Rebel. Well, Sean, I think I figured it out, the reason why you're banned like I am. It's an IP ban. And I'm assuming that my cable company, which is Spectrum, changed my IP address for some reason. Maybe an upgrade or I don't know. But now it works. So if you can get a new IP address, you should be good. That's the only way they can do it, as far as I know. Because I had people out of state make me an account, and as soon as I would log in, bam, done. So it had been probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, and I still, hadn't been able to do anything. About 4 or 5 months ago is the last I had tried. And then about a week ago, I got bored just one night sitting here, and I'm like, well, I'm going to give it a shot anyway. And it worked. So yeah, I got banned for telling some tranny that they needed to be in a mental institution or something. Well, I didn't say it like it was a reply to somebody, but I didn't say it directly to that person. I was just like, tranny is a mental condition and y'all need locked up, or I forget how I worded it exactly, but it was hate speech, and well, I gotta be cool with Facebook though. I don't want to lose that one. I would like to say a lot of things on there, but I gotta be cool with that. And I can't make a new Facebook page because I don't want to give a phone number out. I had one, but I did get banned on it unless I validate it with a phone number. But I've got my UFO page on there, and I can't mess with that. I gotta make me a new account or something. Figure out how I can transfer my UFO page over to its own account. I don't want to jeopardize that. I got too much work and time involved in that. So I gotta play it cool there, but so let's see. there's supposed to be, take it for what it is. But this idiot from the news here, well, it was a different network. I think I had News 2 on earlier or whatever. I don't know. But anyhow, he said a protester there said he had video of what really happened, and that this Dindu that got shot didn't have a gun. Well, as he was getting ready to show the newsman the video, the cops started hollering, so everybody scattered, and Karen, like real aliens or Mexicans? Yeah, nowadays we gotta like clarify, like outer space kind or the border jumping kind. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure some of them down south are human or not either, but I get your point. Well, I guess that tropical storm made landfall near Atlantic City, I guess. So we just got to wait a little bit until the press thing starts. It says 7:30, but yeah, it does say he's going to show the video, so we'll see. It ain't going to matter anyway, but they're still going to like chimp out and do whatever, but I would like to see the video as soon as it surfaces. We got about 10 minutes. I can't. I'm banned from Super Chat. Super Chat and ads I got banned from. The only other option I got is PayPal. Yeah, they banned me from all kinds of stuff. No, Mr. Real Talk, I wasn't calling you a monkey or none of that. I got one more donation option, if I can find it. Well, Streamlabs, yeah, that's the only other thing I really have. And I don't know why you couldn't use Streamlabs. It'll work. I got one other if I can find it. I haven't used it for a long time. If if I can even remember how to log into it. Okay, I got another link here. Hey, Karen, if you get time, do me a favor. There's not a whole lot of investigating I can do from what you've said, but go over to my website, fill out a report. That would be cool to put on the website. I've never had any thing like that sent in. That would be really cool. No personal information ever shared. Yeah, you'll see on the home page where it says click to report a UFO, upper left corner. It's a simple little form, and I'll put it up there. That would be cool. Yeah, I'm still waiting to find the exact link or whatever. Let me go to their Facebook page and see if I can find it. I just got a thing on my phone from my governor saying that they don't lie about the virus numbers. What an idiot. Yeah, I got the Detroit Police Facebook page pulled up, so as soon as they start something, then we'll get it going here.
He sat in a room, in a square the color of blood. He drew the whole world, if there was a way that he could. He'd sit and he'd stare at the minarets on top of the towers, for he was the beast as he hatched his new plans to gain power. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival. They took the old roads that Napoleon had taken before. They fought as the forces of light against the darkness in a holy war. One day they were looking around at the sun shining on the cold flowers. Next day they were freezing to death in the snow and the ice-cold showers. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival. Then came the deadly road back from the steps of their retreat. The cold wrecked their bodies, but worse was the pain of defeat. Many people who had hailed them once now turned and looked away. Well, these people now knew that the beast was on his way. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival. You finally came back to the borders of your fatherland. Now enemies came, traitors everywhere at hand. Many people who had fought and died, knowing that they had to win. Well, yet still it sickens my heart to see the picture of the red flag in Berlin. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival. And defeated the beast's only rival. And defeated the beast's only rival. Eyes shining bright with unspilled tears, thinking about all those wasted years, when everything worth living for is gone. And brother, I find find it hard to keep fighting on. Falling down towards the abyss, the abyss. The Reaper embraces me with his kiss. It makes me want to refuse to care, refuse to care. To watch this all unfold, too much to bear. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. Disease encroaching on all I hold dear, but somehow I gotta get my soul out of here.
Sylvester into custody. Mr. Littleton began to reach in his left cargo pants pocket. Again, as we play the video several times, you will see that. A witness at the scene told investigators that Mr. Littleton stated, and I'm not going to say it in exact verbiage, but basically that you're not going to take my man. In other words, the interpretation is take him into custody. He then drew a handgun from his left pocket. Mr. Littleton then fired a shot at one of our police officers at close range, narrowly missing him. Now, when you see the video, I would estimate that the suspect was probably 2, at most 3 feet from the officer. You will also see that as Mr. Littleton raised the gun in his left hand, he was pointing directly at the head of the officer. At this junction, we believe that 3 officers returned fire, and you will see that in the video. Mr. Littleton continued firing his weapon, even as he was on the ground. Officers have recovered 4 casings at the scene consistent with the weapon possessed by Mr. Littleton. So I want to show you the weapon that he was armed with, because you won't be able to see this in the video. This is a .25 caliber blue steel semi-automatic pistol. Again, this investigation is in its early stages, but this information has come directly from body-worn cameras of some of the involved officers, as well as an in-dash camera from our DPD scouts. Now, I will play 3 videos. Now, I think what's remarkable as we go through, and we'll stop so that there's clarity, but 8 shots fired in 5 seconds. 8 shots fired in 5 seconds. 4 fired by 3 officers. 1 officer fired 2 shots. 1 officer fired 1 shot, and another fired 1 single shot. And then 4 shots fired by the suspect. So again, we're going to run the first video, which is a dash cam video. The second video is from, again, body-worn camera. And because of the speed of the video, we think it's critically important that we then, this same body-worn camera video, we're going to play that in what we call slow motion, so that you can, it's not as clear as a normal speed, but you will be able to see what I'm describing. So with that, we can play video 1. So stop here for a moment. So what you see here, police car is coming up on the scene. There were a total of 4 scouts in the area, police officers getting up. The gentleman wearing the white T-shirt was the focus of their investigation. He was the individual being arrested. Okay, you started again. Puts his hands up. He doesn't offer any resistance. Now stop right here. He's on his knees. Individual in the orange T-shirt standing very close to where his associate is Mr. Littleton. Okay, you can roll it again. Yep. Can we back up? Because it came up a little quicker. So at some point, we just back up to the point where I described he reached. So he's got his hands up. He reaches in his left pocket. As you can see, he's leaning down. He right at this point pulls out a gun and he fires directly at the officer. We believe, based on our investigation, at that point he fired 2 shots in quick succession. This officer is a hero. Even though he was being fired upon, he did not have his gun out at that time, and he pursued this individual. And if you could roll the tape. He goes and holds him down. We believe as he was going to the ground, the suspect, Mr. Littleton, fired 2 additional shots. In our investigation, we have recovered, again, 4 spent casings. The first 2, where you saw him in an upright position, there were 2 casings found in close proximity. And then at the point where he's gone down because the officer pursued him, was trying to stop him or stop the threat, 2 additional shots were fired. And that's when the other officers fired shots. So this is the view again from inside of the police vehicle. Let's go to video 2. And again, video 2, is that video 2? No, this is video 2, not the slow-mo. Video 2 at the normal speed. Start. Okay, this is in the regular speed. You can see where. Can we play this video one more time because I want.
Well, first video or regular speed?
No, video 2 in the regular speed. You think that would help some?
Yes. Yeah, we'd like to see it in its entirety, Chief, if you don't mind. Yeah, from the beginning.
Okay, can we play this? This is the same body-worn camera video, just in slow motion. Slow motion. Stop right there. So at this point, this is where he reached out and pulled the blue steel semi-automatic pistol out of his pocket. Okay, continue. He raises his left hand, stop, 1 shot, you can see the smoke coming from the muzzle. Continue. Second shot, the officer, as he runs away, is trying to gain control. 2 shots are fired at some point while he's still in a semi, not upright, and that's where we found the 2 additional casings. Would anyone like to see that video one more time?
Yeah, could we see the whole thing off the top, Chief?
And just run through it?
Yeah, just let it run clear first.
Okay, let's just go through.
Can you turn the lights out? Can the lights be turned down?
Yeah, I'm not. So at this point, as he's going down, he is still actively firing his weapon. And this is when the additional officers engaged him. But I just want to make note, as you can see in the video, that the officer who was initially fired upon showed tremendous courage in pursuing an armed suspect who clearly fired 2 shots in his direction. And it's simply a miracle that he wasn't struck in the head. We don't know how close, because he was aiming the pistol. As you can see, once he raised out, he just stopped the vehicle right there. And you can see the officer 2 to 3 feet away, aimed directly at his head, but a miracle, he wasn't struck by gunfire. We believe he may have been hit at this time again. A total of 4 shots were fired by officers. A total of 4 shots fired by the suspect.
Chief, what was the breakdown on those firings? 3 were fired by 1, or whatever you said?
Yes. So 4 shots were fired by 3 officers. 1 officer fired 1 shot. Another officer fired 1 shot. And then the 3rd officer fired 2 shots.
Okay, thanks.
Chief, can you say how many times the suspect was actually hit?
I'm not certain, unless, you know.
Yeah, it appears that he was struck 4 times.
Yeah, he was struck 4 times. Again, his shots did not take effect. Can we turn the lights back on, please?
He said it was a 25 caliber.
Where he was shot?
I think he may have sustained at least 1 headshot. Suspect, yeah.
And that was a 25?
A 25 semi-automatic Beretta. When I reported out earlier, I said a 22, I believe, based on information that it was a 22.
Anything to say, Chief, about, you said earlier that people are putting out false information that you think is leading to, anything
Well,
to say?
it was clear during the early phases of this investigation, once protesters got on scene, there was significant agitation. Then suddenly there were other individuals that were converging on the location who were equally angry, and one of the things that they kept repeating was what they got off of social media platform and what they were hearing. In fact, some of it ranges from he was unarmed. There was a report that he was unarmed, seated on the porch, and basically, in my words, not necessarily theirs, he was executed. Clearly, when you look at the video and what we know in the investigation, that is not true. And so it was so important for us to get this information out as soon as we can. This is unprecedented. For the investigators to get it done, and again, the investigation is still going, but to be able to get the body-worn in-car dash within hours of this investigation. We talked about the miracle relative to this officer, and I had a chance to talk to him later, and he's clearly, as you would imagine, shaken up. But it's a miracle that we were able to get this together so quickly.
Was this a fugitive apprehension team or which
No, it was not. This was, as I reported earlier, there was a mass shooting, if you will, on July 5th morning at a big block party where 8 people were shot, 3 died. Officers from the 12th Precinct and the Gang Intelligence Unit were there, engaged in surveillance. They knew about this target that they went to arrest. They saw him, as depicted in the video. He offered no resistance. In fact, he was taken into custody without incident.
Chief, can you talk about the impact of erroneous information that he didn't have a gun, didn't fire on the cops, the police executed him, and what that does to, incite violence and your reaction to it?
It does incite violence, and I was deeply concerned over the erroneous information. I know we're in a very difficult time, not just here but across this country, and I've asked repeatedly that give us a chance. I know that the officer-involved shooting incidents that we've been involved here, the city has treated me and the department well. They trust this department. We give information as quickly as we can. In fact, this investigation was probably not even an hour old when I arrived at scene, was briefed on what took place, and I wanted to get the information out as quickly as I could. Do I run a risk? Absolutely. Because I know as investigations progress, facts sometimes change, and I was concerned about that. And so that's why it's always so important to get the facts right the first time. If I have to make adjustments, then I'll do that. But I think that has gone a long way in building trust in this community. And so when we say it happened a certain way, most people tend to believe that. Certainly there was an individual leading the protest who had another agenda. There was someone who was putting out false information, and it did have an impact on inciting what mostly has been peaceful protesters.
Well, Chief, I actually saw one report that said the suspect was shot 15 to 20 times, which certainly...
I'm glad you brought that up. That was another erroneous report that was put out. That didn't happen, as you saw in the video. Again, 8 shots in 5 seconds. 8 shots in 5 seconds. 4 by 3 police officers and 4 by the suspect, Mr. Littleton.
Chief, can you talk about the agenda that this person that you were referencing and what your concern is with that agenda, if you have one?
Well, it's clear that without facts, you make a statement that gets people upset, they're angry, and that's why it's so important as law enforcement that we set the record straight as soon as we possibly can. But we need to do a proper and thorough investigation. And it's not always as simple. Thank God for body-worn cameras and dash cams. Because then it's me telling the story based on the investigation. And so it's difficult. I mean, I looked at one early video, and this is when I got concerned, but someone was narrating on Facebook Live and was literally saying, we ought to go out and kill some cops because they just killed this man and he was unarmed, something to that effect. So he was really trying to incite. Now, I will tell you, there were some at the protest scene that talked to a couple of the command staff that was there, and it was during that time that some said, well, that's what you said and that's how it happened. I'm leaving this. So that was very encouraging. I am told, I had not had a conversation with the family, but I know that command officer did have a conversation, explained to the family or a member of the family what had transpired, and the family, of course, was saddened by the shooting, but certainly respected the fact that someone told them what happened, and they weren't part of the inciting. Clearly, and then you have folks who I've said before, many of them come from outside the city of Detroit, and people in the city of Detroit are tired. You know, we're the police department for the people who live and work here, and they respect the job that we're doing. And when we make a mistake, they understand one thing. We own it, we're transparent about it, and we do what we need to do so that there's not a reoccurrence. Anytime an officer has to use deadly force, it's very serious. We know it, and the officers know it.
Chief, given that you're releasing this video, do you still fear that there will be agitators who will refute this and say that this is Detroit's George Floyd and try to push a different narrative?
I don't think so. I won't even buy that. I really believe that, you know, most Detroiters, and certainly if this department, you know, did something wrong, I think they have enough trust in this chief, this executive team, that we're going to do a thorough, unbiased investigation. We run a risk when we put information out like this early. But, you know, it's the city. We have to manage. And so we understand that putting out information sooner than later is proper. You know, if you think about what happened in Chicago with the tragic shooting of Jaquan McDonald, it took a year. I mean, how do you build trust? And the mayor supports this. You know, we're in constant communication. He understands. And so he understands the necessity to get this information out and get it out timely. Some of my staff will tell you, if I could have gotten it out an hour ago, 2 hours ago even, but I wanted to make sure that what we put out was something that your viewers, your listeners could grasp and not just rely on me standing there talking. But again, within an hour of investigation, I essentially said what happened, and the video shows it.
Did the mayor give you any advice? The mayor, did he give you any advice?
We talk all the time, so...
I mean, in terms of this incident tonight.
We talk, we converse, we bounce things off each other. The mayor trusts me to make decisions, and if I make a bad decision, it's my decision. But the mayor trusts the decision maker.
So he was fully watching things as they transpired?
We've been talking. I called the president of the police commission within that first hour to advise Mr. Bell of the events. He appreciated it. I said it's very early in the investigation. And just like when I briefed the mayor, this is what I know now. You know, these things evolve and things change. And while you see the video, we may get additional information in the next 24 hours. I mean, the video's not going to change. But there may be some facts.
Can we see the video again? Would you mind just showing it?
Yeah, we'll do it one more time and I'll shut it down.
Right, and just let it go in real time so that the folks who are calling and saying...
Remember, there are three
videos.
Right, no, that's fine.
And I'll shut it down after that.
Yeah, please play it off the top through one front of
Either
it.
of these individuals, the one
Can
who's
you
being
let them,
arrested,
can you let them look at the video, please, just so they can...
Turn the lights off and get it off the screen.
Can you turn the lights down too so we can get a better shot
Off
of
the
this?
screen.
Can you start it from the beginning? Is everybody ready? I want to take note, at some point you see what appears to be the officer kicking something that was the suspect's gun. That's, when you saw the kicking motion, he was actually kicking the gun away from the reach of Mr. Littleton.
And
Turn
Mr.
the lights on,
Littleton
I'll
was...
take a few more questions.
Chief, can you talk about the officer who was fired at? I mean, he kept advancing and actually made what would have been an arrest had the suspect not expired. So the question is the quality of the police work that the officer was fired at.
This officer is a hero. He is what I would describe as an American hero. Despite being fired upon, and you saw it with your own eyes, he continued to advance. He didn't even have time to take his weapon out. He advanced. He wanted to secure, by putting his own life in jeopardy, he was trying to secure this suspect and minimize the threat.
And he fires twice, another officer fires once, another officer fires once. 4 times, he said. Mr. Littleton said 4 times. Not the 10 or 15 that was out there in the press.
I just said to you, not even a few minutes ago, that the rumor that was circulating on the social media platform, I don't know which one, that was erroneous. We don't know where folks are getting that information. Yes, and I'm going to be
Thank
honored
you
with that.
very much.
Yes.
So just either of these two individuals, Mr. Littleton or the man who was arrested, do either of them, to your knowledge, have any connection to the July 5th shooting?
We don't know that.
Okay.
We know that where the shooting took place, it was a large-scale block party. We do know that there was a local gang involved. We know, based on our intelligence, that both Mr. Littleton and Sylvester had ties to a local street gang. But we were there today to make an arrest of a person who had an outstanding active felony warrant for drugs. And again, he never resisted. He was taken into custody without incident, as you saw.
Okay, and just a little bit more about Mr. Littleton, his full name, age, just sort of that.
I don't have that information.
Okay, but his first name is Hakeem?
Hakeem,
Okay.
yes.
Does he have a criminal record? He seemed pretty desperate to shoot. You
He does have a criminal history. He was on active probation, if my memory serves me.
That's correct, for unarmed robbery.
Yeah, active probation. It was unarmed robbery and a weapons charge. And I think he was set to go off probation in the year 2021.
And he's 20 years old?
20 years.
20.
20, okay, thank you.
Chief, can you talk at all about the atmosphere that your officers are operating in, and how quickly things can change on them, and how much more difficult the job is today than it was even 6
Well,
months ago?
as I've said, certainly policing today is a challenge. I am proud of the men and women who go out each and every day. We certainly have been managing protests now since late May, and at different times throughout the protests, the officers took a barrage of insults, had objects thrown, they were attacked, and so really just the professional decorum. And again, it's been a tough time. But I think what's so different here in the city of Detroit, our police officers and I know that by and large the Detroit community supports this department. They support us. I know I've had numerous conversations with community members all of the time, not just from Detroit, but in the metro area. I know Deputy Chief Todd Bettison, who spends a substantial amount of time in the community. We talked about our local activists who have supported us. I met with a group of activists 2 days ago to talk about issues that we could work on together. It was not a hostile meeting. It was a very productive meeting, in fact. The fact that we have a drifting community here that has supported us. And so this is called relationship building. We don't start building relationships when something goes wrong. This is part of the fabric of the Detroit Police Department. Critically important.
Now, that young man, the gentleman who was shot, did the officers either know or suspect that he might have been armed and dangerous?
They didn't know anything about, well, let me back up. When Mr. Littleton was approaching, the officers got information. Apparently, he was walking in the opposite direction. He observed that his friend or associate was being detained and arrested. That is when he turns around and walks in the direction of the officers. He didn't try to flee. He walked in the direction of the officers. So he was clearly, some comments were made. He was angry, as I indicated in my initial briefing, about his friend being arrested. And without hesitation, he removed a handgun from his left pants pocket.
Are you going to release this video in its entirety to the public, or provide it to us to provide to the public? Because I think people would just like to see it.
Well, we're releasing it now. This is the video we're releasing, and I want to just truly advise you that we are very early in this investigation. And so, I just ask that you be somewhat patient, and we'll get you whatever you need. This is about transparency, and this is how we conduct our business each and every time.
And Chief, in terms of the protest itself, with the officers engaging the protesters, vice versa, how many people were arrested, and anything you want to share about that?
There were 8, last count, there were 8 arrested early on when the violence started. And again, I want to stress, use the word engage. The violent core of the protesters present engaged the officers. They began to hurl projectiles. I indicated brick in one instance, a cooler, rocks. I was told bottles. So there was engagement on the part of a core group that were angry and agitated.
And did you give the order for the officers to use the tear gas?
You know, I talked to the commander who was on scene. He made the right decision. It was a very active, violent situation. He was met with tremendous resistance. And in my judgment, based on what I know about the investigation, he did the right thing. Normally, when we talk about deployment of gas, it's usually when a group is stable and they might be hurling, but this got violent very quickly, the way it was described to me. And he had to make a decision. He's a commander, and I support his decision, unless some other facts bear out. Clearly, they were under attack. In fact, that commander sustained an injury while out trying to talk with the group. He was trying to reassure them, because at some point, some of the other erroneous information that was being put out was that I was being untruthful, and that this gentleman did not possess a firearm.
Can you talk about the injuries sustained by the commander?
It's a minor injury, at least they explained to me, but I haven't gotten follow-up yet.
So your overall assessment, I mean, this could have really turned a little bit ugly, but it could have been a lot worse.
Well, you know, it's hard to make an assessment. I mean, I don't want to, this wasn't good. We would have hoped, and again, this is why this knee-jerk reaction, snap reaction to not knowing facts is a problem. And then when the people that are projecting and putting out erroneous information is only for one cause and one cause only, is to incite others. I mean, I don't know of any other reason. I'll take one more question.
Chief, the people who allegedly incite, who put erroneous information out, you said he had another agenda, which leads me to believe you think it was deliberate. Is there not some penalty for that? I mean, is that not against the law?
I don't want to go into if there's a penalty, but I can just tell you what other reason why a person would put out information that doesn't support what really happened. In fact, we know that there was no one there that had the information that I had. I was very close to the investigation. You know, Commander Decker, who oversees the homicide, and certainly Director Graven, who oversees professional standards. These are the folks I rely on getting accurate and timely information. And so, why would someone take or speculate? As I said when I first started, it's always tragic anytime a police officer has to use deadly force. And again, this hero, despite being fired upon, responded still because I can't get into what was going through his head, but he clearly wanted to stop the suspect, even while putting himself in direct harm's way. That was clear in the video. So with that, I thank you all for coming out.
Chief, one other thing, D'Amico Williams, activist, was one of those arrested. Can you say what he was arrested for?
I have no idea. I didn't even know D'Amico was present. But we'll, as we go through, we'll update you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming out. Okay.
Well, I'll have to say that was about the best police press conference I've seen. That was good. I mean, that's how they all should be handled. Nah, Tucker will get me shut down. I'm not risking that. But yeah, that, you know, like I said, that was definitely a good press conference. You know, you show the video, it is what it is. That's the end of that. Everybody go home. So I'll get another video feed pulled up here in a second.
Eyes shining bright with unspilled tears, thinking about all those wasted years, when everything worth living for is gone. And brother, I find it hard to keep fighting on. Falling down towards the abyss, the reaper embraces me with his kiss. It makes me want to refuse to care, to watch this all unfold, too much to bear. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. Disease encroaching on all I hold dear, but somehow I gotta get my soul out of here. if this is the way my reasons, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my reasons, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my reasons, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. I can't bear to witness. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my reasons, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my reasons, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness.
Hey, you know what station they taking them to? You know what station they taking the ones that got arrested to? Okay.
You are being paid enough to do this! I know!
Watch your head, y'all. Watch your head, y'all.
My face is on fire, but I'm good.
Did you hear?
Thanks, Austria. I'm trying to find out where they took them.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
Do you know what happened over here? Do you know what happened over here?
Paul called me over there, but it was too late. I didn't see it. Truth got arrested.
No, that's why I was trying to get in touch with people. So we just got in touch with her.
I called you, sister.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
You don't protest the thing news. You don't protest the thing news.
Don't take the time. Don't take the time. Don't take the time.
Go get the little sidekick. Go get the little sidekick. Go talk to them. I got you. 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 Talk to me. You said you were the police. I got you. Go get the drink off. Go get the drink off.
Hey, I need to go. You know where they took True?
Huh?
You know where they
They took him, put him in the car, man.
No, which precinct, you know?
Woodward and Woodward.
Our sisters and our brothers and our brothers. We're marching. We're marching. To justice. For our sisters and our brothers and our brothers. We're marching. To justice. For our sisters and our brothers and our brothers. We're marching. We're marching. To justice. For our sisters. And our brothers, and our brothers, for our sisters, and our brothers, and our brothers, and our fathers, and our fathers, beautiful mothers, and beautiful mothers.
Somebody said the free press is really good kindling. Well, it'll help you start a fire, but we'd appreciate if you'd read it first, or have a friend read it to you. Spread the word to the crowd myself. Well, my friends, let me tell you what our role here is in the media. We're here to observe and report. We're not here to change the course of history necessarily. And if I stop everybody and start telling them, I can't talk to you good people. So we got a troll in the group. Welcome, sir. Sorry you don't have any friends to spend your Friday evening with, but we do appreciate you spending some time with us here on Facebook, Free Press Live. So let me interrupt the narrative for a little good news. Look back. For all the people who think Detroit's dying, we're putting in new sidewalks, folks. That's not bad, eh? As we walk down 6 Mile, on the other side of these beautiful homes is the Detroit Golf Club, where the Rocket Mortgage Classic was held last week. As I understand it, the protesters disrupted some of that, or at least tried to with their chants. So this should be familiar ground. So I see a furious debate here on our Facebook Live page. Friends, I'd just like to encourage you to watch the video for yourself and to read as much of our coverage as you can. When we rush to judgment, we often make mistakes. We don't want to make mistakes. Let's gather the evidence. So I see there's a lot of people here who are not happy with the protesters because they're out here and having their say. You know what, folks? That's a beautiful thing about our country. Everybody's entitled to their say. You might have something to say they don't like, but thank God each of you has the opportunity to say it. And we appreciate being here to tell everybody about it. I see somebody typing in all caps. I hope that's the humidity and not some sort of frustration. I trust it's the humidity. Looks like we're now the caboose of the train. There's quite a few people in cars following. Again, as we reported earlier, that used to be a service the police provided. I don't know if they've stopped providing that because of the incident at Patton Park last week, where there was an encounter between police and police vehicles and protesters, or if just police are so still trying to recover from the big mustering at the 12th precinct. But traffic is being blocked. There have been no incidents, and neither neighbors nor motorists seem to be too upset about it. Perhaps they're just enjoying this little break from a hot Friday evening to join us on Facebook Live. A wise choice, if I do say myself. I just saw somebody post, everyone's entitled to protest. Absolutely. We don't have to agree, folks. Let's just always try and be agreeable if we can, eh? I see somebody raising the question of whether we're spreading COVID with this. The mayor of Detroit has spoken about that, and he's actually praised protesters for wearing masks. Not so good on the social distancing. I want to be completely candid with you. Most people are not 6 feet apart. But these protests, which have been going on for more than a month now, do not seem to have caused any sort of spike in coronavirus cases in Detroit. We're grateful for that. Here's some of the kind people making some snacks available and some hand sanitizer. So for those of you thinking this is a hotbed of COVID, there's a little hand sanitizer. So people are being as responsible as they can be. But the mayor has said the creeping up of infections in Detroit is more because of people not social distancing, not wearing masks, and perhaps thinking that we're beyond the crisis. So the word from the city, and it makes sense to me, wear your mask, wash your hands, keep your distance, and if you're not feeling well, get checked out. The State Fair testing ground is still open. You can get a free test no matter where you live. Just make an appointment. I believe that number is 230-0505. That's 230-0505. They'll schedule a free coronavirus test for you. It's good information to have, friends. So I'm not going to repeat what's being said, but suffice to say, it has something to do with an act they would like to perform with James Craig that he would probably prefer only to perform with someone with whom he feels great closeness. But this crowd does not like James Craig. They often call him Hollywood Craig because he is not shy about getting before the media or getting on camera. Let me just tell you the upside of that, folks. It means we have access to the police chief. It means we can ask him questions. And it may mean that he's not afraid of the truth. We don't know that for sure. But in general, people, let me tell you, public officials who make themselves available to answer questions, you want those over the ones who hide and who dodge. Because remember, they're public servants. You're the public. Somebody says here that a big paper like the Free Press doesn't mention the released video. Well, I'll just tell you right now, I work for the Free Press, and I've mentioned that the video's out there several times. I think we reported it to you. So that's just not true. But you have very nice grammar, so we appreciate you sending a message. So I see another comment here about how many white folks are out here protesting. All races are represented here.
Thank you.
And isn't it a good thing that everybody cares? So one of the medics was asking if somebody got a license plate. I'm assuming that's because there may have been some contact with one of the marchers. Somebody acknowledged that the license plate was captured. I wonder if they'll tell police. I don't think they'll handle it themselves, but that's always the interesting question, isn't it, folks? When you don't want the police, what happens when you do need them? Somebody wants to shoot the drummer? Come on, man. Haven't you ever heard the old saying, don't shoot the piano player? I say we make an exception and keep the drummer alive, too. Let's keep everybody alive. I'd say there's enough shooting already, eh? I see somebody's nominating me for president. That's very kind. I think I'm too sane to take the job. There's some of those signs that were going for 10 bucks. Earlier we saw somebody selling Black Lives Matter t-shirts by the police precinct for 20 bucks each. So Detroit continues to hustle. So I see somebody posting something about Antifa. Friends, I've been out here for over a month. There has been no sign of Antifa. In fact, we've seen somebody who looked like a Boogaloo Boy out on the day of the tribunals. But in terms of left-wing extremists, there's been no sign of that. And while the mayor has talked a lot about outside agitators, other than providing us some hometowns outside of Detroit, we have not seen anyone make a particularly compelling case that there is a conspiracy to try and embroil Detroit in turmoil. And in fact, if there is somebody out here who's trying to start a fire in Detroit, they have found that the ground is wet. Because whatever you want to say about these protesters, they haven't been so good to police cars. So I gotta put that on the record. But there's been no property damaged, no looting, no rioting. And whatever you feel about this whole thing, you can be proud that while other cities have burned, Detroit may be marching, but we're standing tall too.
Who are you with?
Fox News. No, sorry, Detroit Free Press. Sorry, that's the old job. It looked like a relative of Tristan's just sent us a comment, if that's true. We appreciate you watching. We've had an opportunity to speak to Tristan, and he's always been very candid about his views and speaking about the movement. So we appreciate anybody who takes our calls and gives us their honest opinion. So I see a comment that says, marching because somebody shot at police. That's not true. This march goes on every night. Now tonight, the agenda, the course has changed a little bit because of this shooting. But this march happens every night. If you want to know more about it, you can check out Detroit Will Breathe on Facebook and Twitter.
There you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. You say all your ancestors were slaves, and that's the reason that you ought to get paid. You want something for nothing, you monkeys are all the same. You're putting all of the blame on whites. We violated your civil rights, but your civil rights movement is nothing but a shakedown game. So there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. There ain't a slave still living today to tell me why do you think we should pay for what we didn't do and what didn't happen to you. We can always go back home where the monkeys and the baboons roam. And if you ain't satisfied, that's exactly what you ought to do. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing, man, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. And there you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing, hey, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. I said, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me.
That's just life, eh? We are at the intersection of McNichols and Livernois, where protesters are providing their own traffic control. What we're seeing right now is incredibly illegal, but police have decided to let protesters pretty much do their thing. The chief and the mayor have made it clear.
Grocery store, 3 niggers inside. The store ain't open, it's the middle of the night. Alarm goes off, the cops show up. They caught them red-handed, put them in handcuffs. And then Jesse showed up, Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the blame and said, them niggas wasn't stealing when they got caught. They was only doing some shopping, just like I thought. White man shouldn't have a store there. It's all his fault. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Election time, a new president, Al Gore had to win, so the niggers all went. The Chads were counted and counted again. They counted 3 times, but they still didn't win. And then, Jesse showed up. Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the flame and said, listen here niggas, I think we've been had. If we lose this election, it's gonna be bad. And it's the white man's fault because he stole all the chads. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Something's gonna happen one of these days if Jesse Jackson don't start mending his ways. He's gonna keep stirring the niggers up till the white man says enough is enough. And then the Klan will show up. The Klan will show up, all dressed in white. They're gonna show up. He's gonna be sorry for strutting his stuff. Y'all's gonna break loose when the Klan shows up, and they'll say, Jackson, what you mean causing all this trouble? It's up yours, nigger. We're gonna pop your bubble. We're gonna break it off in you and stick it in double. So just watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up. You better watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up.
So we have a little spirited debate, it looks like, about whether or not folks should block the street. Yeah, technically they shouldn't, but you know what? If that's the worst thing that happens on a Friday night during a heat wave, I'll take it. Where are we in a hurry to go, people? And if you're sitting in your car and you're an eyewitness to history, the theaters are closed, so you just save 15 bucks. Okay, I saw this guy in front of the police department earlier tonight. He was really angry. Now he's having a ball. Police released dash cam and body cam video that showed that the guy who was killed shot at police twice before they shot him.
Doesn't show anything to say that?
You mean like Genesis? I mean, I think it's whatever. I don't know what time the video stopped or what they started, but
Tried to de-escalate the situation first.
that's a great question. I haven't seen. I've been with you guys, but we have been reporting that Chief Craig showed video that showed that the officer was fired upon before he returned fire. I think there's a lot more to come out on this before anybody knows what really happened. Yep, we ain't going anywhere.
It was legal, so go home. It won't work. Go home, it was legal. Go home, go to bed.
Go blue! Huh? Go blue!
Go blue!
I'm a Spartan! I'm a Spartan, man! Sorry, give me an elbow. We got COVID. So, So what were you telling to my man here who's marching?
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Have a good weekend. Okay. Okay, so there you go, folks. Lots of people reporting on the streets of Detroit tonight. I'm going to presume that that was what the man saw. And as you can see, he's not part of the protest and wants folks to go home. Here's some of our medics keeping an eye on things. So folks, we're at San Juan, just down the street from where the shooting happened that has changed the course of tonight's protest. Let's see if we have any last words from the organizers. I'm gonna try and mask up and get in the middle of this, folks, so stand by. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Thank you. This is Jay Bass, one of the leaders of the protest.
On top of that, they just brutalized and assaulted non-violent protesters again. That ain't right. That ain't right. They're gonna try to get away with it again. Same thing that happened to June 2nd. Same thing that happened when I got ran over my car with my brother Jackson and others. Same thing that happened tonight. They don't give a fuck about us. They don't care about Black Lives. They don't care about this movement. Actually, they hate this movement. They despise this movement so much that five of our organizers were arrested today. That ain't right. I tell you, they were targeted. They tried to grab me, and I failed, and I was trampled. They tried to grab the way. We were targeted. They want to stop us. Right now, 5 of our organizers are locked up.
If you can't hear that clearly, Jay is saying that 5 organizers were arrested tonight, that he was knocked down and trampled, but was not arrested.
I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. They don't care about us.
He says police don't care about the protesters or the movement.
And we do it tomorrow. And we do it today after that. We gotta back them the fuck off. Because this is our street. Our street. Our fucking city. Yes, sir. This is my neighborhood. Yes, sir. 2 blocks that way. They can't just come in my fucking hood killing people. Yes, sir. Man, we gotta stay together. Now is the time to turn the fuck up.
Jay is telling people to stay together. He says he lives 2 blocks from here, and he doesn't want police coming to his neighborhood and killing people.
Hey, I just want to thank everybody for coming out still, though. You know, y'all did a good-ass job marching for Black Lives Matter and the guy that got shot today, man. Look, we out here tomorrow at this same location, like, Detroit will be, we had a lifting.
So they're saying they're going to come back to this location again tomorrow.
This is definitely more important. This is like, it's 2 blocks. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'm 3 blocks that way at least. So this is my hood too. We gonna tear some shit up in this bitch, bro. We gotta let them know that if this continues, it's gonna be a body for a body, bro.
So those are some strong words. He says if this continues, there's gonna be a body for a body.
Not just DWB organizers arrested, there are other people arrested right now. So what we gotta do is we gotta keep our foot on the fucking gas.
Green light. Fuck James Craig. Fuck James Craig.
Body for a body, bro. You gotta go there.
So those are some strong words. He says if this continues, there's going to be a body for a body.
Not just DWB organizers arrested, there are other people arrested right now. So what we gotta do is we gotta keep our foot on the fucking gas.
I'm outside the Marshall. But we're gonna walk, trying to get everybody together. As you can see, we got everybody comes in, so that way we can come and just show our numbers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. Black Lives Matter. Okay, so if you guys remember last time we were here, we had a situation where the police tried to keep us out of the park. I'm almost certain that they would not. I would like to say they would not try to do that again, but we just don't know. We've always had some interesting stuff happen at these moments right here. But our protest has now made its way all the way down Madison. We're coming to Michigan now, Madison and Michigan. Probably at the busy intersection. And we holding up some traffic. Look at this. We are holding up some traffic right there. Look at this. This sign. You definitely ain't getting by, girl. You better ride your little bike across, girl. All right, we yes. All right. Black Lives Matter. We're gonna circle out again like we did last time. Black Lives Matter. We're gonna circle again. Do you want to go? Circle up. So again, we're circling up here. Doing the whole thing. Making a big old circle, as you can see, trying to get our protesters in. Make a big old circle around here. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, no. Nice. Here we go. Good. All right, let's get. Oh, we gonna... Yeah, we still get right here. Yeah, right here, wherever he's going. For those of you watching at home, we are now done the same demonstration. We've created a giant circle here at Madison and Michigan Avenue. We are right outside of Millennium Park. Yes, and now we're bringing up our members of our Latino community. Let them know Black and Brown stands together. Yes.
We appreciate y'all. We love you.
We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you.
Fuck James Craig! Buddy system, y'all stay home safe and lay yourself on. Fuck James Craig! Buddy system,
Peace and love, y'all. And remember, DetroitProtestBailout.com. DetroitProtestBailout.com.
So Jay Bass is asking where the media is. Well, we're right where we are. So we're in the middle of it here at Freep.com and at the Detroit Free Press. So I don't know where everybody else is, folks, but you know where who goes where angels fear to tread. That's your friends at the Detroit Free Press. Darcy Moran, Kurt Dozier's out here somewhere. And of course, we got a team of reporters and editors working on this story. We're working all night.
Make sure y'all stay updated. We might have some earlier action earlier in the day, but we're still going to be here at 5 no matter what. Detroit will breathe on all social media. Detroit will breathe on all social
Jay
media.
Bass saying that there may be some actions earlier in the day, but the march tomorrow will start at 5 o'clock here at the corner of McNichols and San Juan. That's 6 Mile and San Juan. So I'm sure we'll be here. What he's referring to happening during the day tomorrow, we don't know yet. I suspect he doesn't know himself. There's a lot of bad feelings about leaders of the march. They say Tristan and Renee, have been arrested. And that they say that won't stop this movement. Now here's somebody say we got more guns than those bitches. I hope that's just somebody being passionate, because the last thing we need is to see these peaceful protests lose focus. Obviously a lot of things said. A lot of things said when emotions and temperatures are high. But we'll see.
When you write about them throwing the bottles, make sure you write that the cops were with us.
Well, you're telling people right now. Say that again.
The cops were with us with their batons.
What happened there? Let's see that.
Yeah.
That looks like
my
some...
friend in her arm while we were standing together.
And give me your name, please.
I'm Peyton.
And how do you spell it?
P-E-Y-T-O-N.
And is that first or last name? First name. Tell me how that happened. Tell me what was going on.
And then the cops came out with their batons, pushed the guy with the shield and whipped us all across the legs.
This was right here?
Right here earlier today.
Okay. Okay. Peyton, how old are you?
20.
20. Where are you from?
I live near Chicago, Rosa Parks.
Okay. And you said Peyton's your first name? Okay. You want to give us your last name? Are you going to file a complaint with the police?
Yeah, I already have a complaint.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So she said report it. We just did, folks. We'll see if that report gets filed, and I'm sure we'll look into it.
Gang gang! Tell them that too. Now we gang gang. Tell them that. Now we gang gang.
Hands Up Film Shoot donated $15. Cheers for the Screams Bud. Live chat is always on point. OMG Scoops.
Okay, so folks, that's bad advice. Do not call the police up and shoot them. I'm again going to hope that that's just some hyperbole. I don't see a mask, so I'm not sure that this is the source of wisdom tonight, but what can I tell you? Everybody's entitled. She didn't give me an exact address. Somebody asking where Peyton lives. She did say near Chicago and Roosevelt, if I recall. I'm an East Sider, so I guess we'll have to take her word on that.
Hey, boss man, we going crazy than this.
I ain't a boss, I'm a worker.
Shit, you a boss then.
I'm an honest man.
You in Black Lives Matter too? Or you a sidekick? Black Lives Matter what?
I'm in the middle, I'm with the Free Press.
Oh man, you speak everybody, man.
I was going to bring a pizza. Now I'm not. All right. Okay. All right. Here's a motorist who's not really happy that his way has been blocked. Sir, I'm watching these guys. Have you been watching our coverage? Do you know what we've reported?
I've been here.
You've been watching us on Facebook Live? Because we've been reporting on everything that's been happening. Just go back and check. I'm gonna report facts. I'd appreciate if you do the same. Okay? Thank you very much for your time. We're awful. Just let's have some facts, please.
ML, the hardest worker in media.
Good to see you, man. How you been? Okay, so we got media critics here too, but that's all right. You report in Detroit, you got to have thick skin. That's right. And my man with the Jeep finally got to go on his way, so we have peace in the village once again. Whew, well. Okay. Good, how you been? What's that?
Let me get your card.
Oh, I don't have a card. I'm sorry.
What kind of media are you doing?
I'm with the... Oh, sorry, I'm Detroit Free Press, ML Elric. What's that? Hey, how you doing? Good to meet you.
Lord Jesus.
So what are we really doing?
Can you have a card? Can I give you
Can I give you my email? MELRICK@freepress.com.
Right, like y'all selfish as fuck. I'm gonna drop it, but you can't. I feel you what you said. I'm gonna punch you.
Okay. No, I think Darcy got it. She could use.
June is picking her up.
Oh.
June is supposed to be here to pick you up.
Okay, he's getting me in. Okay, he wasn't sure.
Were you downtown?
Yeah.
MELRICK.
Okay, well, I'll just take both of you guys in. Yeah, I'll just tell June.
At Free Press, which is one word.
Park right there. Just text June and tell him I got
.com. Okay, great. I look forward to hearing from you.
No, he's up.
Well, that's because I'm not in your address book. That's my email address. That's not a website.
Okay.
Yeah, you're looking in your browser. But I'll be right back. So, folks, it looks like things are winding down here at the corner of McNichols and San Juan. We'll be reporting on this story throughout the night. So please check freep.com. That's FREEP.com to find out the latest. You can follow us on Twitter. On Facebook, you can follow me at Elric, ELRICK on Twitter. And on Facebook, it's ML, no periods, Elric, ELRICK. For Darcy Moran, for Kurt Dozier, I'm ML Elric. Good night, everybody.
Demonstration, and you do as I tell you. This is not me. Stop it. That is not me. Listen to me. I'm in charge. If you're going to be with me, you're doing according to my rules. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. I'm not doing that. Black Lives Matter.
So as you can see right here. Yeah, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna stay here.
Man, hey, that dude corny as fuck, bro.
Yeah, he is, dude. He's over here, but yeah, this is nuts. That guy over there. Yo, you see his mask? His mask is him with his tongue out. You want some weird ass shit, bro? Get out of here. Oh.
I think that was Kanye's VP.
I know, right? All right. So we're moving our protest back onto the street. All right. Like I said, somebody just came on. Did you see what? Did you see what happened?
Some straps, or they've just been worn out.
No, they're just worn out, dog.
Yeah.
They're just worn the fuck out, bro.
Dude, they're just chilling. They have nothing else to. I mean, that's fine. So now we're marching back down Michigan Avenue after we just had to deal with that guy came in. Yeah, man.
Don't be getting stuck on these individual conversations with these cops because they be trying to isolate you and get you by yourself. And the next thing you know,
that's what was happening. Because I mean, and he kept like,
that dude right here, man, Muscle Man, with
yeah,
the red shirt. You know, he calling them out directly. He pointing at people.
Yo, this dude look. Is this Colin Kaepernick? None of these cops did anything to stop what happened either. They just let this man come into the protest and start, attacking protesters and everything like that. And it was not fair. It was not fair at all. It was not fair at all, all right? Now we still have some demonstrators who are talking to police or whatever. We have one guy keeping them on camera. As you can see, the police kind of just stood here and they let us protest and stuff. But they want us to move down so that way we don't become a mob and stuff like that. So we're trying to usher people down the road and everything like that. You see what's going on here. See what happens, man. Yeah, I wanted to point out that dude was making a big deal about us not social distancing. Ain't none of these cops got masks on, bro. Not one of these cops has a mask on. Not one. All right? Not one. And then he put his mask on after he got out of the crowd.
Had mask on.
Yeah. So
Must be nice to be so bold.
this is, I mean, but look at the money. Look at the money going into this. Why do you need all of this? What do you need? It's 30 dudes just
You
standing
could fit a
around.
family of 8 in each of these trucks.
Each one of these motherfuckers is a salary somebody's paying. All right, and they just sitting here. Like, what are you talking about? Let's get to the front.
Democracy looks like. This is what 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 democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is 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 what democracy looks like.
Okay, so now here, we're coming down, we're on Washington now. All right, this is where we entered in last time, but they tried to barricade us out to keep us from getting in. Okay, and so we got here again, where this is the exact spot we were when we got in interaction with the cops the last time. So, I'm just saying, they're very concerned with protecting, this stuff around here. And then just standing around while people, so.
White people and like 5 Hispanics, but I just want to thank the allies because you guys are amazing for being here right now, honestly. I stepped foot in, oh my God, in Poland. I got to see what, you want to tell them what happened here? Centers. I got to really step foot and breathe in those souls and just seeing it up front, that shit has me terrified. That's why even out here on bail after my last protest, I showed up again. You guys can't slow down now. Like, you may stop, popping up on your Instagram and Facebook. Do not slow down. Like, I'm the last person that needs to be here right now. Like I said, I just got out of jail from the last protest. But do not stop fighting. Please do not stop fighting. Seeing what happened in the detention centers in Poland, Auschwitz, being there, being in Nicaragua and living with a host family that had to take a caravan over here to America, seeing it up front, I just got back from Kenya. I got to see, you know, what the Europeans did to us. I got to see, you know, what looting really is up front. So that's why I'm here out on bail. That's why I'm here fighting for you guys. I'm not a DACA student, but DACA students are our future. Period. DACA students are our future. Whether people want to admit it or not. If you don't come from an immigrant family, talk to your families and let them know that we're doing what we got to do to be here and survive. And I'm sure if they had to come over here to save their families, they would too, right? Yes. You guys have to have these uncomfortable conversations with your families, allies, please. Because they're not seeing all the memes that we're posting, and they're not seeing all the social media. You know, they're hearing what their coworkers are talking about. And they're hearing what their boss is talking about. Their asshole boss who probably fucking laid them off, right? You know? We have to have these uncomfortable conversations with our friends. And if they don't agree with you, they didn't need to be your friend in the first place. They did not need to be there. I remember I used to serve at London House. It's like a super cool rooftop on Wacker. Their boss gave me hell, and I reported it to HR so many times. They didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit. I've searched all over the place. I tried to report so many things, sexual harassment, this, that. They don't give a fuck about it. So talk to your friends and your family and let them know that a vote for Trump is a vote against us. All of us. They don't give a fuck about us. I had to start a group travel agency, T-World Tours, because I wanted people to see the real world and let them know that how we're living is not normal. I've seen third world countries do better than this shit. What is this? Like, what? I felt so much happier with less resources and less material things because I knew that there was happiness. This is not how you live a happy life. You have to keep fighting. So thank you guys for showing up, and let's keep going. Don't slow down. Don't slow down.
I echo that. If you like what you saw, where's our list at? Where's our list of names? Jamie, you out there? Where you at, Jamie? Jamie, where you at? Jamie, she got my list. Well, we had a list of names. Who signed up for Chicago Activist Coalition for Justice? Who signed up? Okay? If you want to sign up and be a part of a movement of our organization, you can go and find us on Google or on Facebook. This is the work we do. We're networking with many organizations that do actions such as this. We need people. We need everyone to get involved. To spend some time because we want to do simultaneous actions. Maybe some small actions where we go to a school or go, you know, I don't know. We were very creative. But the idea is we need people to accomplish this great work that we want to accomplish. So I want to thank everyone that came out today. You know, we're here right now. I don't know if you guys are tired. Who's tired here? I ain't tired. I ain't tired. I mean, y'all want some more? Yeah. Y'all want some more? Yeah. Y'all want some more? Yeah. All right. Okay. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Your streets? Our streets. Our streets? Our streets. Why are y'all here? Justice. Why am I here? Justice. Why are you here? Justice. Why y'all here? Justice. Why are you here? Justice. Why are you here? Justice. Why are y'all here? Justice. Why am I here? Justice. Why am I here? Justice. Why are y'all here? Justice. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, guys.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets. 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 Our streets.
I don't know where the fuck Dwayne went, but we are currently much being led by the cops. And we are shutting down, I believe this is Madison. Went the wrong way back. Hopefully none of these assholes try and kill us.
This is what democracy looks like. 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 This is what democracy looks like.
It's like they're getting the band out. It's about to happen. Yes.
I don't know how this is going to work.
What, right here? Well, your bus route's done, okay? Might as well just go ahead and leave that bus right there for a second, okay? Yep, go ahead and turn, because you ain't coming down here. Yes. Keeping it. Like James said, we've shut down Madison now. Now we're making our way back away from Michigan Avenue. We're kind of moving at a slower pace just to make sure we keep all of our protesters here together, because we really have occupied these streets down here in Chicago, man. And it's going very well. Ooh, wee.
Like really niche stuff, but like, have you heard of Lemonade? Okay, it was really cool. You should download it. I think it's still on Apple Music, might be. But if y'all could sing Freedom for me, just the chorus, I would really appreciate that. Can y'all sing it with me? Actually, y'all are gonna sing it because I sound terrible. But are y'all ready? Somebody's gonna be super loud and have all the ad-libs. I already feel it, but we're just gonna go with it. Okay, we get it. You can sing. Okay, so ready? 1, 2, 3.
None of that. That's right.
Hey, we gotta keep it tight.
Take these lines up, y'all. Let's take these lines up, y'all.
Let's keep it tight.
Keep like 2 feet between y'all. 2-3 feet between y'all. Okay. This is cool right here. Now let's get these lines back straight, y'all. 2-3 feet between each other. Hey, firm. Hey, firm. I need y'all to walk down these lines. Make sure these lines stay straight. Okay, firm. Okay? Make sure these lines are straight. I need firm to walk down this line to make sure each line of these is straight, okay?
Put the warms up.
That's the point.
Yeah, that might be a opponent Chicago.
Everybody arms out. Arms out. Let's get these lines straight. We are formation in racial matters. We gotta get this straight, y'all. Formation, organize, y'all. And racial matters. Organization is important.
All right? Nobody will be protesting in 50 states and 22 countries if wasn't nothing going on, all right? I'm not complaining about nothing if it ain't nothing to complain about, all right? So if you got something to complain about, that means you have an issue. So that's how that's the truth behind all of this, man. We're out here because we know, we've experienced, these people have seen things happen. These people have seen the issues. They've lost family members. They've had a lot of problems. And you have a lot of young kids out here who don't want to grow up in a world like that, okay? I'm sorry, it's how it is. We're all here. This is what all lives matter should look like, if you ask me. I don't know about you, James. I see a lot of different people here, all right? Exactly. And it's crazy that the black dude was screaming all lives matter earlier. You're like, come on, bro, come on. And guess what? All them police officers let him stand on that ledge by himself, okay? And I guarantee if he had done something aggressive, even though he was defending them, they would have definitely arrested that dude. So this is the truth, man. This is where the reality of the world is, man. So we're gonna keep fighting this. We're gonna let our voices be heard, bro. We're taking a circle here at State and Madison. That's where we were here once before, occupying this area, letting everybody know. Good. It's right here. We're going to take our response once again. Oh, thank you guys. If you're watching this, man, you are keep up with Danny Lime. You know what I mean? #1 newsman in Chicago, baby. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Quit your bitchin' nigger and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. All the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. For 40-something years you've been raising all hell. You niggers, that ain't enough. We're all getting mighty fed up with you and all of your civil rights stuff. Don't you love this country? Either you do or you don't. If you ain't happy, then what the hell do you want? Hey, quit your bitchin' niggers and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. All the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. You got money and jobs and your equal rights given by the government. You got welfare, food stamp, a medical card, and sometimes a little free rent. You just keep begging, taking everything we got. Well, damn you nigger, don't you think it's time to stop? So quit your bitchin' niggers and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. Cause the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. Lately you're yelling down a rebel flag, wanting us to take it down. It represents our history and southern pride and rebel blood on the ground. So go to hell, nigger, I'm telling you loud and clear. It ain't coming down, the rebel flag is staying right here. Hey, quit your bitchin' niggers and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. Cause the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. Cause the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They don't like this, they don't like that. They're never satisfied, and that's a fact. The more we give, the more they take. The more we fix, the more they break. The country's in an awful mess with a whole lot of civil unrest. I got one thing to suggest. They ought to leave and get gone. Gather up all the niggers and go back home. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They want their way, it ain't no doubt. They just keep pushing, they never stop. They don't like the way things are done. They always go back to where they come from. So white people, I'm asking you, let's buy us a boat or two. And here's what we need to do: help us out and be kind. Make sure we don't leave one nigger behind, and send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. Life in America would be so great without niggas here to demonstrate about this and that and that and this and you and me and getting things free. Won't you listen to me? Let's send them all back to Africa. Send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone.
Show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted. Go with the Ku Klux Klan. We are a sacred brotherhood who love our country true. We always can be counted on when there's a job to do. We serve our homeland day and night to keep it always free, and proudly wear our robes of white protecting liberty. Stand up and be counted. Show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted. Go with the Ku Klux Klan. The Bible calls, oh glory to our symbols of the land. A sword and water, robe and hood portray our noble clan. In search of peace and liberty, we pledge our hearts and hands. We must defeat the communists to save our Christian land. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan.
Don't forget, y'all, everything's happening in these cities, but Breonna Taylor did this. We heard for her. She happened in our city. She happened in local. Alright? Breonna Taylor, man. Like, sis, like, for real. Like, 40.
Oh, we don't want niggers in our schools. We're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place. We'll have a better nation. Our Southland got along just fine till those integrators came down here stirring up a mess with outside agitators. They'll march, sit in, and demonstrate to try to take our schools. They want to change our southern ways with a brand new set of rules. Oh, we don't want niggers in our schools. We're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place, we'll have a better nation. We must prove to Martin Luther we stand for what is right. No court or left-wing liberals can ever make him white. Form a solid line of white men, conservatives will be. They'll never ever overcome. Our schools will still be free. No, we don't want niggers in our schools. We're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place. We'll have a better nation. We must prove to Martin Luther we stand for what is right. No court or left-wing liberals can ever make him white. Form a solid line of white men, conservatives will be. They'll never ever overcome. Our schools must still be free. No, we don't want niggers in our schools. We're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place. We'll have a better nation.
They have to name their name and their badge number when they're in uniform. But you notice that when they hit the strip out there on 6th and Jefferson, nobody has a name badge on. Okay? We have to hold them accountable. So everybody want to be on the rah-rah? So when they do it, you know what we gonna do? What do they do to us? Box us in. Right? We can film from a distance. So we're gonna give them 5 feet, surround them, and stand there and ask for their superior. They have to let the superior hit the scene and have them identify themselves. Okay? Yesterday, a group of our people went to see who was standing on top of the building and what they were doing.
Exactly.
It is not a crime. Everybody knows.
You're going to get batches of sick people. Nursing homes are totally different. That's completely different than anywhere else because those people are stuck. They ain't going nowhere. That's why here a lot of places have even taken those out of the equation. You can't really look at prisons, nursing homes, that kind of thing. That's not the general population. You got to look at how many people are running around the streets, and it's not that many in most places. We've got about 55,000 people that live in my county. We've got about 55 active cases. That's it. I mean, it seems kind of ironic that, you know, everybody's saying, oh, COVID's killing everybody, but yet you don't hear about the flu and all your normal heart attacks and that kind of stuff. You rarely hear about that anymore because there's no money in it. People have been getting messages lately. I've been seeing posts all online, screenshots, saying they're being told they have it when they've never been tested. Never had a single test, but yet now they supposedly have it. Well, how do you know? Exactly, John. That's the point. It's like my state representative said, if you want all this communist dictatorship to go away, quit getting tested. If you're not sick, quit getting tested. You can die from a drug overdose and they'll say it's COVID. It's all a bunch of hype. There's no proof that that's what these people are even dying from. I mean, if they couldn't tell, if masks were such a great thing, why didn't they force everybody to wear them back in March? Kind of pointless now, even if they did work. Which they don't. Well, exactly. Money's the big cause of it. Money and power. Combination of the two. If you have underlying conditions or something to that effect, and you feel like you need to take precautions, go for it. I've got no problem with that. But don't force it on the rest of us. Yeah, they say Floyd had COVID or whatever. Stupid. You know, we've had people here in the state, oh, Miss So-and-so was 104 years old and she died of COVID. No, she died because she was 104 years old. Almost guaranteed to have an underlying something. I mean, look at all the money the hospitals get if they put you in ICU, or even more if you're on a ventilator. $30-some thousand if they put you on a ventilator. $16,000 if they keep you in the hospital. I mean, there's money to be made. And I will not take a vaccine for nothing. Now, I don't know about other states, but I know Florida specifically, in their laws, they can force a vaccine on you by any means necessary. That's scary. I mean, why do you think they have 6-foot social distance? For facial recognition and the microchip. It won't work if you're closer than that. If Bill Gates is behind something, stay away from it. Well, hands up, I don't even know. I mean, yeah, it was Wuhan and all that, but there was a lot more players involved. There was worldwide military war games going on at the same time in Wuhan. You know, the U.S. was there and several others. Fauci sent money over there, gave him money to research this thing. He should be held liable. I mean, China's definitely involved, but I don't think they're the only player. They didn't do it all on their own. And I don't know how many contaminated tests they've found. I know there was 1,200 at O'Hare Airport, counterfeit, that was contaminated. So who knows about the rest? Yeah, definitely a chemical weapon, for sure. Which, you know, this is like the new 9/11, you know. We'll never know all the details for sure. Yeah. You know, this stuff will stay classified forever. You know, after, I believe it's like 40 years or so, classified stuff's supposed to be released, but there's always stuff that'll never get released. Well, it's in the, from what I gather, in the trade agreement that that we signed with China. On one of those pages, it supposedly says if there was a pandemic of some kind, then China was exempt from the trade deal. And not only that, clear back in January, the 24th, I believe, is when Pelosi and all their bunch started drafting the stimulus bill. We didn't even know about this thing until March. Hey, Spider. Hey, no problem. But, you know, people need to look outside the box. Now, if you want to watch mainstream media, this is how I suggest it. Turn it on, whatever network you want. Turn it on, but mute it. Don't listen to the idiots, the talking heads. Look at the headlines that scroll across the bottom of the screen. When a headline catches your attention, research it. Write it down if you have to. Then go look it up. That's the best way to find out what's going on. Just go by the headline and then research the headline. Yes, it takes a little bit of work, but there's no other way to do it. There's no free lunch, as they say. Well, maybe, if you're one of these joggers, but that's something else. And you got to look at multiple sources. There's no one source that's always going to be right. But you should see some that are fairly close to agreeing with each other. Exactly, your own investigation, your own conclusion. And that goes back to something I've said before. When people want to talk about racists and liberals and all the other crazy stuff, I say, well, I'd rather deal with a racist than I would a liberal. And there's a reason for that. Doesn't mean I agree with either one of them. I may not. Point is, the racist will tell you how he feels and why, and those are personal beliefs and views. That's his. The liberal has no clue of nothing. They're only fed stuff from whoever's organizing all these events and their crazy little groups. You know, they have no basis on nothing. And that is my exact reason of why I would rather deal with the racist versus those idiot liberals. Because they don't know anything. They got the IQ of a chimp. Well, I shouldn't put chimps down like that, but you know what I mean. That's kind of the way it is. Exactly, it's an approved narrative. They have no clue. Like, I had one tell me a while back, several months ago, that, well, they asked me, they said, have you ever watched any news network, Fox, CNN, it doesn't matter which one. She said, have you ever watched any of them late at night? I said, yeah. What's that got to do with anything? Well, late at night, they always repeat the shows from earlier in the day. I said, I can agree with that, sure. She said, well, the reason for that is they have to get all the next day's shows pre-approved by the government. So the news, therefore, is not allowed to lie because it's all approved. Well, for one thing, I wouldn't want the news approved by the government. That'd be no better than North Korea. But that doesn't happen. That's not a true thing at all. So, but the best one I've heard lately is, this is the supposed reason, and I'm sure most of you in here know. Somebody put it in the chat. What does Black Friday, what's it for? You know, the big shopping day after Thanksgiving and all that. What is the point of Black Friday? See what y'all say. Then I'll tell you what I was told. Well, yeah. Well, okay, Black Friday is meant to it's for a business, you know, it's putting the companies in the black, which means make profit. That's their profit day, called in the black. That means good. Increase their numbers and all that, you know. So it's a business term. Well, I was told that Black Friday was historically the one day of the year that black slaves went on sale. So, yeah, so go figure. That's what I was told. I mean, it's stupid. Some liberal on Facebook, I don't know. Yeah, it's not true. It's totally accounting. It's business. In the black means you're in profit for the year. Or for the quarter, or whatever time frame you're looking at. That's what the black is. In the red, you're losing money. But, yeah, it's... the stuff people come up with, most of them, I don't know, Sean, they're just so dumb. I don't even know what words to use. Yeah, they're definitely not too bright for sure. I'm glad I graduated school when I did. High school wise. Well, the problem with Black Friday, which there are a lot of good deals on Black Friday. That is true. But what people are too dumb to realize in a lot of cases is when they put an item that's like crazy on sale, you know, well, they probably only have 2 or 3 of them. That's why Walmart sales, which I'm not a fan of that place anyhow, but Walmart sales are not what they used to be because they are guaranteeing you your item, even if they sell out. So, but the stores, other stores, they'll have like $1,000 laptop marked down to $100. Yeah, but they've only got 2 of them. So, yeah, I saw that, Trump girl. Yesterday, speaking of houses and all that, this was a Supreme Court decision that I found out about. I'm assuming it happened yesterday. Supreme Court ruled that more or less half the state of Oklahoma gets turned back over to the Native Americans. So from what I gather, it could be up to 500,000 people forced to leave their home, be thrown out. It's sort of that way here, hands up. They call it like right of domain or something. Like they want to put a road through your property or tear it down and build some kind of a business. They can do that, but here they have to offer you basically market value. They can't say like, here's $500 and I'll get out. They got to offer you something decent, but if you don't take it, then they can take it for nothing. So you better take their offer or they'll just come right in and you'll get nothing. Crazy stuff. But many of these Black Lives Matter people have said it in plain English that their whole goal is to get rid of white people. They want to end the white race. That they are being oppressed as long as we're still breathing. People have to, Sean. If they don't, then it's pretty well over. They always feel like it's white man's world. I mean, according to ABC News, even the outdoors, you know, nature itself is racist. Let me see if I can find that video clip. Hang on. I posted it somewhere. Give me a second. Here it is. I'm going to leave the mic and stuff on, so I'm going to try to avoid getting a copyright deal, but we might get by with it. Now watch this. If you don't, I don't know, this is just nuts. This was from July 1st.
America's national parks and public lands have long been places of refuge in times of turmoil. But new government data first shared with ABC News shows people of color are less likely to take advantage of the great outdoors. Our Devin Dwyer takes a look at why that is and why it's so important for our collective health and the future of the parks themselves.
Yeah, it's about 8 minutes.
The sweeping vistas stir the soul. Wildlife and waterfalls awaken a sense of wonder. The American wilderness, a playground for old and for young, and overwhelmingly white.
When you look around, you don't see people that you identify with. You don't feel welcome. You feel out of place. You feel literally like you are an outsider.
Ambreen Tarek is founder of Brown People Camping. When she was 8 years old, her family moved from India to Minnesota, where she fell in love with the outdoors. 20 years later, she's still astonished not to see more people like her.
Some people might say, isn't this just that people of color don't like to camp?
Yeah. And to that, I would say, no, right? That's a generalization. And just because something isn't happening or the presence of someone is missing does not mean they don't want to be there.
To many Americans of color, parks, campgrounds, and forest land are stubborn bastions of self-segregation.
After 12,500 miles, 15 national parks, and untold state parks, I saw 2 black people. She said she saw 4.
I saw 4.
That was 1995 when Frank and Audrey Peterman took their first road trip to explore the nation's natural wonders. The history of America's wilderness loomed large.
Historically, in the South in particular, many atrocious things that happen to black people in the woods.
Racism was a factor at the founding of America's national parks, created in part to be an escape for white urban elites. Several were racially segregated into the 1950s, many considered uninviting to people of color into the 1990s.
We have an inherent fear, we do, because of our history, about going into these remote, rural places where we're not sure that will be accepted.
Lauren Gay, the self-described outdoorsy diva, blogs about her experiences as a woman of color in the wilderness.
So when you don't see it in marketing and advertising, for one, in the psyche, you don't necessarily think this is something that's for me.
We have to be responsive to those needs.
The National Park Service says the persistent whiteness of its 419 parks is an existential crisis. David Vela is the first Latino to lead the agency.
Do you think the parks are affected by systemic racism?
I think that as a person of color, I think that our national parks and what I've found, there are places where we can learn more about what happened in the past. Because that reflects our thinking today.
In a report first shared with ABC News, the Park Service finds 77% of its visitors are white. Just 23% are people of color. Minorities make up 42% of the U.S. population.
What's the biggest factor behind the disparity?
I think it's going to vary among communities of color. The lack of transportation opportunities is clearly going to be a factor. But what a lot of folks don't understand is that we're closer than what you think, especially in the urban areas.
The national parks have tried marketing to minority communities with ads like these, training staff on sensitivity and hiring more rangers from diverse backgrounds. Less than 20% of the 20,000 Park Service employees are non-white.
You need to have that cultural diversity reflected on both sides of the visitor center desk, at the entrance station, at the campgrounds.
Ranger Shelton Johnson has pushed diversity in the parks for 20 years, teaching countless visitors to Yosemite in California about the Buffalo Soldiers, the African Americans who helped protect park land a century ago.
That has a profound impact because they're not expecting that story at all.
Black people in Yosemite, black people in Yosemite, we have arrived.
I think that's just wonderful.
In 2010, his outreach got a boost when Oprah Winfrey wanted to go camping.
I just said to myself, you know what? That would be powerful if the world's biggest celebrity, who's African American, issued the invitation to the African American community that I always dreamed of when I was a kid.
Do you think it had an impact?
It was Oprah. Next question. Of course it had an impact.
But many say progress is still not happening quickly enough.
If we don't address this and we don't see how all these things are interrelated, then we're going to risk losing everything. We're not going to have public lands to enjoy.
Groups like the Sierra Club have begun education campaigns within minority communities to promote access to nature and its physical and mental health benefits.
If we look at it from a humanitarian perspective, these are matters of life and death for some people. We need to have a conversation about how are people getting outdoors and connecting with nature where they live, in their neighborhoods. What all the recent events with George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, the Central Park incident are shining a light on black people in particular, but other people of color don't have that freedom to have that experience.
You're worried about somebody calling the police on you. You're worried about just having a negative interaction based solely on the color of your skin.
Danielle Williams, a fourth-generation U.S. Army veteran and outdoor advocate, says racial profiling and stereotyping remain major concerns.
A lot of us, we've been saying the same message over and over for years, and for some people longer, but people haven't necessarily been listening.
Protests for racial equality after the death of George Floyd last month give Williams hope that attitudes can change. She says in the outdoors, it means openness to camping options beyond backpacks and tents.
We have to kind of tone down the elitism and just think about our language when we talk about the outdoors, because car camping, that's great, right? Camping in your backyard, if you live in a single family home, that's also wonderful.
The survival of our national parks may depend on those families and their interest in spending time there. The census projects people of color will be a majority in America by 2044, a demographic shift that will impact park attendance and finances.
If we don't make ourselves relevant to current and future generations, who is going to be the advocates for the protection and preservation of our nation's public lands? And who's going to wear these uniforms? Our values aren't going to change, but how we do business has to.
Advocates say allies of people of color have a big part to play.
What can I do as a white person to be more welcoming to somebody of color?
There are the most basic things you can do. One of the things I always talk about is when you see someone, smile and say hi.
Treat us as you would any other person that you see. You know, try really hard to swallow that question of, oh, well, what brings you here? Well, the same thing that brings you here.
The Petermans say progress is possible.
There's been a tremendous improvement, and it's largely coming from inside our communities.
After visits to 185 parks in 47 states, they're optimistic more families of color will be joining them in the outdoors.
They tell the story of the evolution of America. So if you want to know that story, and now there's so much confusion about the real American story, you will find them in the national parks.
For ABC News Live, I'm Devin Dwyer in Rock Creek Park.
Hi, everyone. George Duff.
Now, what I'd like to know is one thing. Since when is camping in a tent considered elitist? I've camped in a tent many a times. I wouldn't call that elitist. A lot of them are, hands up. I mean, yeah, it all depends, but your national parks I don't think are as much. But either way, though, it's not terrible. I mean, wow. I mean, what are they supposed to do to attract them? I mean, is it really my fault that they don't sell purple drink and Newports in the visitor center? It's not my fault. Yeah, hands up. You can do whatever you want at the parks. Normally, I don't think they really cost much of anything. The only thing that costs is some of the camping. But, and that depends on if you want electric and water, primitive, whatever. Yeah, exactly. So, I don't get it, but I've heard before, though, they say trees are racist because black people were getting hung by trees or something. I don't know. But it's not terrible. I mean, all they gotta do is cut back on one malt liquor a week, and in no time they'll have enough money to go out and, you know, do something. I mean, it's not terrible. And what are they talking about going to call cops on you in the woods? Who the heck calling the cops in the woods? Where are you going to tell them you're at? Well, I'm standing over by this big oak tree, and this big spook come out and started jogging. So, you know, you need to come here and arrest him. Go down about 400 yards off the main trail, take a left at the big rock, and he'll be 6 trees down on your left. I mean, what the heck? I mean, they always got to make something out of nothing. But if you watch some of the videos that are out there of some of these blacks that are older, like the ones that were marching with Martin Luther and that X or whatever and all them people, you know, Rosa Parks, blah, blah, blah. They think these people are stupid. They're like, man, these people here ain't been oppressed about nothing. You got affirmative action, so that can get you a job. You can get free college. You got your own TV network, that BET. I mean, they got whatever. And look, you got all these people out there chimping out in the streets. Who the heck you think paying them? You know, they got to eat and all that. Like that dork there in Texas. He didn't buy that bullhorn. I guarantee. Somebody give it to him or he stole it. Yeah, there's a few honorable ones, I guess. Older ones. Well, yeah, Soros, yeah. He's always got a hand in everything. Communist. You know, World War II, I think, was the last time we really had a chance to defeat communism. And we didn't do it. We could have. If anybody knows their history at all, we could have defeated it. But we chose not to. You know, it's like the song that I played earlier, you know, Snow Fell. That says it all. You know, we had an opportunity, but we let it go. You know, there's a lot of people that say we were on the wrong side back then. You can look at it how you want, but I'll leave that up to your own mind. Well, Japan, yeah, we took care of Japan. I will say that much. I think Hitler would have flattened Russia if the weather hadn't have got to him. That was a brutal winter. They just weren't prepared for it. If they could have survived that, the winter, they would have definitely been more of a force to reckon with, but the Russians, they were used to that kind of climate. So it didn't surprise them as much. Exactly. That was the thing. He would never make it. That was such an unknown environment that there wasn't much of any way they could have prepared for it. I don't think. It was harsher than they envisioned. That's exactly what the song says too, Brian. You know, blood and wheels froze. It's just, that's the way it goes. And I don't think we've, you know, anywhere in the world, you know, or any time period since the war, have we ever had that much of an opportunity to defeat communism? I don't think we've ever had a chance since then. Yeah, the soldiers could only go so far. So, I don't know. But that's part of history that most people have zero idea about. And I'm no historian by any means, but I do like to read up on stuff. There's a commie there. I'd turn the audio back on, but he don't have that particular screen lit up. Only that dumb Seattle one. We gave a lot of the Nazis immunity after the war. You know, we let them come over here to show us what they knew. Yeah, I watched a Nazi documentary the other night on the Nazi death squads. Well, yeah, of all those places there, I would think, yeah, Kentucky would probably have something. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll find it somewhere if it's not on YouTube. Yeah, you got to be careful with a lot of documentaries. It's very hard to find one that's not biased. A lot of them start out unbiased until you get into it a little bit, and then you can quickly find out what side they're falling on. Well, Trump girl, there's a couple places, Chicago and a couple out in California, that I was reading about not long ago. If you fall into the criteria of a high-risk person, high risk as far as committing a crime, they will pay you to not commit a crime. If you can go a full year with no crimes committed, you get paid. A literal check in your hand. And it was a fairly decent amount. It was, you know, over $1,000. It's not anything you could apply for necessarily. You just had to be a high-risk person. And they claim that it really works. I mean, they say that it works. I don't fall into that category. Well, I don't know, I might. But it's just, I don't know. That's all it really is, though. is they'll just find other ways to commit it. I mean, that's like your big drug kingpins. That's why they get away with stuff for so long. Because they're not out there doing a whole lot. They're sitting behind the scenes running the operation. They got all their little minions out there running around selling the stuff and being the runners and this, that, and the other. So they don't really, you know, get any spotlight. So they can get by with it for years. Yeah, let me see if I can find an article on that real fast. Yeah, here it is. Here's one of them. I don't want to play the video, but this was from a few years back, but says San Francisco suburb is testing a strategy to combat gun violence. It's called Advanced Peace. If after 6 months a fellow in the program can earn up to $1,000 a month, a lot of people think it's dumb, but like, I never had a job. Sylvan, who served time for drugs, told Fox News. I'm 26 and just now getting a job. I never knew what a W-2 was or how to make a resume. They taught me everything. Idiot. But yeah, that's just one example. Basically, they got certain goals they got to achieve ever so often, and as long as they do that, yeah, up to $1,000 a month. But it's more or less, yeah, stay out of trouble, or in reality, don't get caught. But you can have all the education in the world, all the rehab places you want, and none of that will make a dime worth of difference if the person doesn't want to do it willingly. I mean, there are thousands of examples nationwide, worldwide, of people who have been hooked on every drug imaginable, but have got off of it. They decided they didn't want that lifestyle anymore. They worked hard, they got off of it. So it can't, I mean, I've never been in that situation. So maybe I don't have a lot of room to speak for it, but a lot of people that have been in the situation, they get out of it. And my town's a good example. My mom went to college, same school I'm going to, except she went to the campus 1 or 2 nights a week, whatever. Well, there was several in her class that the only reason they were there was to stay out of jail. And as long as they were passing their classes, even if it was just barely, they didn't go to jail and it didn't cost them a dime. And they will never use that education. Whereas mom's sitting there having to pay a fortune and will actually use her education. She couldn't get any help. And that's why tuition's so high, to pay for all the others. Most places, they're not even allowed to work the prisoners anymore. Not very hard. I mean, it's ridiculous. That's true. And that's what gets me. You know, they'll arrest somebody. Let's say, I don't know. We'll use a mass shooter for an example. You get some nut that goes in and shoots up a building. Okay, whoever he is. Well, why do they need a long, drawn-out court trial and a jury and all of this, appeals, you know, all that? Why? When he's caught red-handed in the building actively shooting people, they should put a bullet in him and be done with it. Case closed. I don't understand. Now, if there is room for doubt, if there is any room for doubt, I don't care. That's one part that makes no sense. If there is doubt, then I understand it. You know, if there's any doubt whatsoever that so-and-so committed this crime, then yes, full trial, full everything. But when you're caught red-handed right in the middle of the act of pulling the trigger kind of deal, then there's nothing else to prove. You're guilty. You've done it. Case closed. Because in those cases, there is no doubt. None whatsoever. Sort of like the cop that shot the dude we watched earlier. Detroit. You know? That's how it should have been handled. It was 100% obvious he was trying to kill that cop, so they killed him. Done. End of story. Not any other way. Try to subdue him and take him to court and find some technicality that, oh, he was a good boy and he didn't do nothing wrong and this, that, and the other. Forget that. When you're guilty, you're guilty. But when there's doubt, that's different. Nah, that cop there, he won't get anything. He'll be fine. That Detroit cop, he'll probably walk. He won't get anything. I mean, when the police chief and all of them are calling him a hero, he's fine. Yeah, they were too much on his side. I doubt they won't even press charges. Not Georgia, Detroit, the one we watched tonight, not that one. You got the wrong case there, Kate. Yeah, that's different. Not him. Yeah, I was talking about the one from earlier tonight. Yeah, that dude, they're trying to get death penalty, old Brooks down there. Well, let's see what they're saying here in Oregon.
Frustrated with the current state of America.
What does that flag mean?
But rather than going for corporations and government corruption, you attack your own citizens. Do not make yourselves the enemy of we the people. And you know what? I wasn't going to go after Antifa. That wasn't my goal. No, don't hold back. Oh, man. These 110-pound soaking wet with 2 bricks in their pocket kids. Oh, man. These kids here.
Quanon, what is that?
You know what they did? They put me
on what is it?
Antifa page trying to target me. And you know what's the worst part is? They chose
what does it mean?
picture of me they could find. Man, if you're going to threaten my life,
yeah, what is it? QN, Quanon? QN, what does it mean? Far-right Trump supporting conspiracy theory? Oh, okay.
They targeted me. That's the way I look at it.
Conspiracy stuff?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. It's a conspiracy theory group? Oh. Oh, they're is that like one of the One of the Alex Jones groups.
Antifa.
Is that like one of the Alex Jones supported groups?
Do not make yourselves an enemy of the American people. Do not burn our
Sounds
flag
like Alex
that
Jones to me.
your very freedom. Regardless of how you feel about this country, don't you dare disrespect our flag that hundreds of thousands of men and women of all different backgrounds have died to protect. Don't you dare cross that line. The 50 stars represent the 50 emphasis on the word United States of America. The 13 stripes represent the original 13 colonies. The white represents purity and innocence, so that as a country we may carry a high moral standard and be blameless before the Lord. The blue represents vigilance.
No, not Alex Jones.
Perseverance of the American way and justice for all. And the red, the precious red.
The IQ, the crowd. You guys welcome.
The red represents the
Thanks
strength
for filming it. You're
and the
welcome.
valor of the American people. It represents the courage and blood, the sacrifice of the hundreds of thousands of men and women of all
it started on
backgrounds
4chan.
who lost their lives to keep this country, to keep this world free. What does it mean to be American? It means to be free. It means to be united. It means to love God and thy neighbor as thyself. That's what it means to be an American. Yeah, I'm gonna lose my voice out here for the day. Yeah. We want for all of us to be free, black, white, or brown. That is what we mean when we say all lives matter. We say it because we disagree with the Marxist Black Lives Matter movement. Their leaders are misleading the American people. Their leaders are using black people for a political agenda, and it's gotta stop. Most of you who are peacefully protesting embody the American spirit and don't even realize it.
Yeah, you want to talk about loans? They're predatory lenders is what's crazy. They're trying to convince people to take the money, even if you don't need it. They tried it with me about a month ago. Yeah, that dude's on the right side.
Started attacking the very same people who support you and protect your freedom. Understand the principles America was founded on. The Declaration of Independence says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights.
Yeah, the financial aid department got a hold of me and said that there's a chance, even though it's small, they got government grants, pay for school. Well, they said I could end up owing like $20 for school, and you know, whatever. And they was trying their best to talk me into a full student loan just because I might owe $20. I said, ain't no way. They're like, well, you know, be extra money in your pocket and this and that. No, I don't want it. I saw a girl on the local news about a year ago. She was going to Ohio State University, and throughout her 4-year school, she racked up $40,000 in debt at Starbucks. And they said that is very common. If you get student loans, hands up, you can do whatever you want with it. You can get the student loans and quit and have all the money in your pocket if you want. No, you just get a lump sum. That's it. It only pays for your classes. But you can do what you want with it. Yeah, every semester, yeah. But that girl racked up $40,000 in debt in Starbucks. So on some of the credit cards, they showed a picture, like the no smoking symbol, but it had a cup of coffee picture on it. I mean, what the heck are you buying at Starbucks to rack up $40,000? Wow. Unreal. Oh, I know people here that are like 200,000 plus in debt for student loans. But like I said, $40,000 at Starbucks on coffee. Geez, that's nuts. Yeah, I know it. But still, I mean, geez. Just crazy. Yeah, Starbucks is definitely expensive and overpriced and not worth it, but well, that's the problem, hands up, with schools worldwide. You're forced to teach whatever they tell you. There is no options. You teach what they say or you're out of here. Teachers lost that freedom a long time ago. Homeschooling's only to a point. You still got to follow the curriculum. Homeschooling's better than the other, but it's still got a lot of flaws.
I feel like I wouldn't be out here if I didn't believe that there was this.
Like I say, I graduated in 01, but I was pretty much the last of the generation who,
you know, before forming any opinions or judgments to
didn't have all this political stuff.
What they are communicating.
Yeah, a lot of homeschool kids are dumb.
This isn't just
I hate to say that, but
of people, there's a lot of people out here that are.
Part of growing up is that social interaction you have with people at school. And a lot of them are severely lacking that. You need to know how to interact with people, good, bad, or otherwise.
Yep. I don't know if you're serious or joking, Zach. Yeah.
It's not all that great, I don't think, to always stay home as far as that's good.
It's like, I feel like they're hitting their stride, and earlier I was like, only 9 people clicked attending on Facebook. I don't know what it's gonna be.
Seems like maybe Instagram's their platform.
Okay, yeah. Which goes to show the difference in
Book
technology.
smarts is fine, but there's more to it than that.
That's true. Well, everybody, this is Uma.
It's like,
The surprise.
yeah, no,
reveal.
they lack common sense about the world around them.
Came out today. She came out in person. So how's your first experience of BCV out here in person? It's really interesting.
A lot of homeschool kids never even hardly leave their house. I mean, they're just there all the time, and because they don't know anybody. They don't know anything about the outside world. It's kind of a weird thing.
Buy one of the shirts, you will be able to help support 2 black-owned businesses at the same time.
Well, somebody brought their kid out in Portland.
I'm working on the 3rd black-owned business.
Top
That way
middle
you'll be able
row.
to support 3 black-owned businesses at the same time. Y'all know me. Y'all know me. I'm all about helping. I'm all about helping. Y'all know that. So, like I said, appreciate you guys so much. I'm gonna leave the website real quick so y'all can see what that looks
Yeah,
like.
that's a lot of it. Their hands up. You know, the parents will be all whacked out, and then they'll try to either make their kids seem whacked out, or they'll try to live their life through the kid, and that don't
Thank
work.
you guys so much. I'll be back later.
The mom's too much of a dork to live a decent life, so she tries to make her daughter or son be what she, for whatever reason, can't be. And yeah, that's a whole weird mess. You just don't want to get in. You want to run.
Wonder if they'll have a different rhyme for us. I know that baby.
But they see it all as straight normal. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I've seen people like that.
Northwest Portland.
My name? Jolly Rapper. That's Rapper with a W. I'm going to be doing a spoken word poem. If you do not like poetry, feel free to leave.
No, you don't want them brainwashed by the teachers. And that can be mostly avoided. The problem is, Kate, the parents send their kids to school and that's the end of it. The parents need to be involved in the kids' education at school. Know who the teachers are, know what they're looking at. You know, when the kid brings home his homework, look at it. Look at the textbook. Ask the kid, you know, what'd you do in class today? Take an interest in his education. That's the thing. The problem is when they send them and that's it, and have no clue about anything. That's where the problem arises. If the parents take an interest and get involved, you can see a lot of those warning signs before the kid gets too far in it, and then you can do something.
Think about the future. They say, think about the children, but what they never seem to think about
Well,
are the young minds that they are
you don't
carrying.
necessarily have to re-educate them.
Let's teach them people.
It's kind of what I'm doing with college, you know. And I had a professor tell me this. Sometimes there's assignments you have to do, but there's nothing on this earth that can force us to make you believe any of it. In life, whether it's school, business, whatever, sometimes you got to go through the motions. But that doesn't mean you have to believe it. And if you can instill that into the kid, you got it made. He'll know what's right or wrong. And he'll know when he needs to take a stand, too. There are some things that are way too far out there that you do have to refuse. And if the kid can take a stand and back up what he's saying with some proof or evidence, facts, whatever, all right.
And let's get one thing clear. I'm no percentage that you can use as evidence to shut me down.
And that actually helps the kid make up his own mind.
I'm no GPA that you can hold against me.
Because if you're at home all the time, a lot of times they end up believing stuff just because mom and dad believes it. Look at how many people will vote one party over the other just because everybody in their family does it. You know, that's an issue. Kids need to make up their own mind, even at a young age. And that's what was instilled in us in school. I've said it before that I had teachers that were die-hard Republicans, and I had some of the most liberal Democrats you could imagine, but they never brought it into the school. Exactly, Sean. Public school can have its benefits if the parents stay involved. You got to know what's going on. And it's not hard to figure out if you got good communication with your kids.
They all always tell me that I need to start taking school more serious and that I need to get a grip. But hey, who's to say if I'm right or wrong? I'm only just a kid. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
A lot of people make it through school, even today, and are not brainwashed. And those are the ones that have the best home life. Yeah, you're not too far off from me, Sean. I graduated in 2001, but ain't too far off. I could slowly start to see things changing then, but I didn't have to necessarily deal with it. Nah, Brian, you can have liberal teachers or whatever you want, but that doesn't mean the kid's gonna always get brainwashed. But they will if the parents don't step in. It's definitely a parental thing. If the kids get indoctrinated, it's just as much the parents' fault as it is the school's. It's the school's fault for teaching it, and it's the parents' fault for allowing them to do it. You know, both sides have an equal 50-50 split. That I totally agree with, Brian. You're correct there. As long as the kids are quiet, that's all they care about. And then they wonder why stuff happens. Well, I've saw this comment more than once, randomly and in news articles as well from the liberal left. That's one thing they hate about this virus, is the kids staying at home. They said, we got to get the kids back in school. They're learning too many conservative ideas at home, and that's dangerous. I've heard that statement and similar ones numerous times. Hands up, I don't think that was dancing. I mean, that looks like he's got a banana stuck in his prison wallet. Not into thin air. Well, that's another thing too, Brian. The whole participation trophy kind of thing. I mean, I remember seeing a video on YouTube. This girl was 16. Her mom buys her a brand new Mustang, and she refuses to drive it because it's the wrong color and all of that. Or the girl that I went to school with, her parents were loaded with money, and she got a brand new Mercedes SUV for her first car. She hit a mud puddle and got it dirty. So instead of cleaning it, her mom bought her another one because it was clean. Gave the dirty one to her brother. It was less than a week old. We didn't have a lot of rich kids in school, but we had a few. They were loaded. Well, their parents were anyway. They weren't. That girl's family owned a big factory and sold it to Mexico for God knows how much money. People don't want to be content. They want to impress. I see a lot of cosmetic surgery ads in different areas I've been to lately. And they're saying, you know, come in and get this procedure done to improve your Instagram photos or to take better selfies. It's all shallow. Well, you can never have enough of those, Brian. Yeah, guns. No, you want more than just guns. Now, come on. You need ammo. Oh, don't forget ammo. You can't have one without the other. You need both. An empty gun is useless. And a handful of ammo doesn't do you much good either unless you can throw it hard enough. But that's one thing I hate about social media too is if you want to contact your like representatives, state or federal, whatever, a lot of times Twitter and Facebook's the only way you can even do it. They don't even have any other contact info.
On August 9th, 2014, in Ferguson, Missouri, Michael Brown Jr. was shot and killed by police officer Darren Wilson. His body was
Rehab, yeah.
uncovered for
My name is Sean and I'm a gunaholic.
neighbors looked in shock. Michael Brown was just 18 years old, and he was enrolled to start college the next week. As the details of his deaths unfolded, a narrative among outsiders quickly became that it was Michael Brown's neighborhood he grew up in that led to his death. I saw a comment in the New York Times article about his death that read, well, why don't they just really good now? Why don't they make better decisions? When I think about that question, I think to myself, why should we move to a different area? Because ultimately, it is so much more than just simply packing up our belongings and moving. I think about an entirely new
Sean, you know you got it bad when you use old Hops number 9 there for cologne or aftershave.
Will I feel safe? Will my family feel safe? How will my neighbors treat
I
me?
mean, it don't smell bad.
How will the police treat me? What are the basic amenities that I will have access to? Are these amenities
They do make air fresheners out of it too.
No free Negro or mulatto not residing in the state at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall come, reside, or be within the state or hold any contracts or maintain any suit therein. End quote. From the very beginning.
Oh, Brian, there's a lot of people that buy air fresheners and everything.
During World War II and the construction of the railroads, approximately 100,000 black and brown people came to Oregon looking for work, and they were housed in a segregated area of Portland called Vanport. But in 1948, a flood would destroy the city,
See?
leaving the workers two options: leave or move to the area in Northeast Portland. Over time, these workers have relocated. Neighborhoods became segregated into all white neighborhoods and black and brown neighborhoods. The reason for the segregation wasn't due to the wishes of black and brown people, but because the black and brown workers struggled to receive loans, and the present and white neighborhoods were considered detrimental to property value. Additionally, the black and brown neighborhoods could not receive adequate funding for their schools and businesses. Keeping their neighborhoods safe and prospering was not a priority and most likely discouraged. Over time, large construction projects specifically targeted these traditionally black and brown neighborhoods. Slums, they are commonly referred to.
Well, yeah, that's true too.
Construction of I-5 took out 125 homes, Emmanuel Hospital took out 209 homes, and the construction of Lloyd Center Mall took over 475 homes. All black and brown homes.
Yeah, they're
To make room for these new constructions,
it's an acquired smell, but yeah.
homes in the states while only getting flat fees that came nowhere near to the value of their estates. Renters were also
Yeah, hops does the trick most of the time.
I was born and raised in Northeast Portland, just blocks away from the historic Albina neighborhood. And I realized that where I live, it is a privilege. I think about how my home was passed down to my family and how historic my neighborhood is. But I'm also saddened at this rate that similar neighborhoods are so rapidly changing. This is what
I know people consider it tacky or whatever, but I still like to do it. Or you can color fill the slide on a handgun. If any of you have ever done that, it does look nice.
it puts money into our neighborhoods, not to put us up, but to force us out.
Fill in all the writing with whatever color you like.
Poverty, not because we're used to crime. It's because our neighborhoods are our home. But from the very beginning, we are
Just wipe your slide down with non-acetone fingernail polish remover,
and instead of investing in
and then paint it with fingernail polish,
they invest in
and
our
wipe it off.
neighborhoods to gentrify it.
And you can color in your slide any color you want.
Why don't we just make better decisions? And why don't we just move to a different area? Why not invest in our neighborhoods instead of forcing us out by gentrifying the place of our home? We are like everyone else. We want peace. We want to be safe. We want to grow and prosper.
I don't know if we're going to get any action tonight or not.
When the very system invests in our movement, which
Seems a little dull most places.
we do have options now, and we do have choices. This election cycle, I implore you to participate and to do your research about the representatives on the ballot and what they stand for. Do the mayoral candidates want to do Starbucks in our community? Are the state representative candidates pushing for a new TGI?
Yeah, it looks pretty slow.
Or are there candidates that realize the dire need for our resources being allocated to our schools and making our curriculum more diverse?
Let me go check this one here. Somebody's saying it's got action.
We at least have the option to have the power to
Yeah, that's an
make
old
change
one.
that benefits us, instead of being forced out of our neighborhoods by politicians and the pocket of big businesses. It is our duty to exercise our power. It is up to us, the young voters of Portland and in America. Okay, so raise your hand if you knew
I'll turn the audio on for a bit.
If you try to learn what you can learn. Hey, black child, do you know you are strong? I mean, really strong. Do you know you can do what you want to do? If you try to do what you can do. Hey, black child, be what you can be, learn what you must learn, do what you can do, and tomorrow your nation will be what you want it to be. Okay, now I want y'all to put your fists in the air. I'm gonna say something real quick. Everybody, yes. My mom always said, it's not enough to be not racist, you have to be anti-racist. I'm gonna say it again. It's not enough to be not racist, you have to be anti-racist.
Hey, hello y'all. My name is Amira, if you didn't know. And I just wanted to talk to y'all a little bit about the racial wealth gap in the United States. So as of right now, the average median income for a white family is $171,000 versus the average black family's median income is $17,000. There's a huge and disgusting gap, and that comes from the remnants of slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow.
Wait a minute. Where are they getting that number from? The average white person's family makes $171,000 a year, and only $17,000 for a bunch of joggers. Wow. Nobody I knew of made $171,000 a year. $71,000 maybe, but 107? Nah. $17,000, they get more than that in food stamps. Yeah, that's probably where they got it from Biden. Oh, I swear. Yeah, they're nuts. They get $17,000 cash and $150,000 benefits. See, that's why they all want to go digital money, so they don't have to spend money. It's got dead white people on it. They won't put black people on the money. Now, they want white people. I saw this the other day. They want white people now to, like when you go fill your taxes out, wherever you go, you got an extra box, now you got to check for white people, which is an extra tax that a certain portion of your money, your income, goes to this black fund, and then once a year, like when y'all get a refund, well, the blacks will get a check too because it's from the white people fund. I mean, it's crazy. They're not even third-class citizens. Heck, they didn't show up for class. Ah, well, y'all can't see it. Behind my logo there, in the corner, there was a little dog. And I thought that little dog was going to make him a nice little Black Lives Matter. He going to make his own mural. Oh, yeah. I mean, every kid's more money. They pay you. Look at all them donations. All got white people on it. Hey, that hand sanitizer come from Dollar Tree. I had some of it. Ah, hot food. That's the catch. If you're on food stamps, you can't buy any food that's hot. That I do know. Yeah, you can't buy anything hot whatsoever. I had them at one time. I ain't gonna lie. Brian, this is how screwed up it is. You can, but you have to take it home and heat it up. You can't go into a gas station and buy something and heat it up. You can't use the microwave. No. I was not allowed to buy a hot cup of coffee. But the coffee pot next to it had got turned off and got cold. They said, legally, you can buy that cold cup of coffee. But we're not allowed to let you heat it up here. You can buy it, take it home, put it in your own microwave. I'll figure that one out. You can only buy stuff that's cold, legally. It's the weirdest system, but some states are trying to pass where they can use food stamps at fast food, like McDonald's, Burger King. And the reason behind that was there's a lot of elderly people that don't cook all that often, and they like to go out and eat, which I get that, but there's no way they could figure it out. You know, you'd have to let everybody or nobody kind of deal. Yeah, it's weird, but, or like if you wanted to stop, like we got a gas station here, United Dairy Farmers, they got ice cream, milkshakes, whatever. You can buy your ice cream on food stamps, but you can't eat it there. They make you leave. It's some weird stuff. I mean, there's so much fraud going on with it in a lot of places. Well, there is that, but that's hard to get on around here. Not legally, hands up, but yeah, it happens all the time. They'll sell you a pack of smokes and ring it up as something else. No, that's technically highly illegal, but it definitely works. Or most people just sell them, though. 50 cents on a dollar. Which, if the person that has the card in their name, if they go to the store and get the groceries and then sell them after that, that's technically not illegal. There's no law saying you can't sell the food. Now, if they you know, if you pay them, they hand you the card and you take it to the store, that's different. Well, the debit card thing, I see that a lot around here too. It's basically the same, but if you're getting like child support or something along those lines, then it all goes on the same card, and then you pick on the screen when you swipe it what you're using, your cash benefit or your card benefit. Not here, Brian. They don't look at it here. They had no idea. And it's actually not illegal to use somebody else's card in my state, as long as I give you permission. So if I had a food stamp card, I could give it to you and you could go to the store and get whatever. And that's legal, as long as I authorized it. Yeah, as long as I say it's okay. You could have used the excuse of I got a broken leg and can't go to the store that easy. So I'll give it to my whatever, wife, girlfriend, you know, whatever. Exactly. But they never check anyway. I mean, I used to go for like my grandpa all the time. You know, whatever. They don't look. It ain't like you got to show an ID or something. They got no clue. They were going to try to make a law here, but it never went nowhere. But make it to where the card wouldn't let you buy, like, you know, Coke, Pepsi, stuff like that. They were going to try to stop that. But well, if anybody wants to help me out, I'm a little bit closer to having enough money to pay back so I can get my chair. And I'll play a couple songs and then that'll be that. Let me find something here. I'll play 2 songs and then that's that.
Have you ever been just driving around and ended up in the colored part of town? And you see an old-time one-room shack with a great big TV antenna. Then you look out in the back, you can always see a Cadillac. And inside there's about 15 niggers eating 1 can of beans for dinner. Now ain't that just like a nigger, so the story goes. They just like to live that way, you know. Why, they haven't got 1 spark of ambition in their minds. They're hard-headed as a dad-blamed mule. And the only reason they go to school is so they can learn to sign their names when they become members of the welfare line. They're looking for a handout, yeah, something free. Looking for a handout from you and me. And with the consent of the president, they're gonna get their way. They're gonna get their way. Now, I ain't aiming to run anybody down, but I know how they operate down in Coontown. Why, they wouldn't hit a lick at a snake if it was curling up to strike. But when their leader says, hey nigga, demonstrate, why, them jigaboos don't even hesitate. Cause as a nigger says, them's the kind of happenings we like. They're looking for a handout, yeah, something free. Looking for a handout from you and me. And with the consent of the president, they're gonna get their way. They're gonna get their way. But one day there's gonna be a stop to all this giving, and darkies, you gonna have to account for your living. You won't be able to hold your black hand out and wait for somebody to give you your daily bread. Cause the master says you'll have to earn your salvation. So you'd better start looking over the situation and stop causing all this trouble and be a good old nigger instead. And quit looking for a handout, yeah, something free. Quit looking for a handout from Uncle Sam and me. Don't try to integrate, be glad to segregate. It's better that way, much better that way. It's better that way.
He sat in a room, in a square the color of blood. He drew the whole world, if there was a way that he could. He'd sit and he'd stare at the minarets on top of the towers, for he was the beast as he hatched his new plans to gain power. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival. They took the old roads that Napoleon had taken before. They fought as the forces of light against the darkness in a holy war. One day they were looking around at the sun shining on the cold flowers. Next day they were freezing to death in the snow and the ice-cold showers. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival. Then came the deadly road back from the steps of their retreat. The cold wrecked their bodies, but worse was the pain of defeat. Many people who had hailed them once now turned and looked away. Well, these people now knew that the beast was on his way, and the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals, and the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels, and the snow fell. They had to keep warm for survival, and the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival. You finally came back to the borders of your fatherland. Now enemies came, traitors everywhere at hand. Many people who had fought and died, knowing that they had to win. Well, yet still it sickens my heart to see the picture of the red flag in Berlin, and the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals, and the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels, and the snow fell. They had to keep warm for survival, and the snow fell, and defeated the beast's only rival, and defeated the beast's only rival, and defeated the beast's only rival.
So the most important thing you gotta remember is, okay, so some people were, they were doing some stuff, and then other people were like, hey, don't do that stuff, and then other people were like, hey, yeah, they should do, that stuff. It's good that they're doing that stuff, and then the other people were like, I don't think they should be doing that stuff, and then the do so things are like what I'm trying to say is that in conclusion, I have no idea.
Nah, man, that dude's smart. He's saying what everybody else hasn't figured out yet. Nobody has a clue about nothing. Nah, man, this smartest man to ever live is what I titled it. 344 views so far in a day. Ain't bad. Well, there's people doing stuff. There's other people saying they shouldn't do this stuff. Others saying they should do it. And at the end of the day, nobody has a clue about anything. I mean, that's the gist of it. But that's it for tonight, guys. If something kicks off tomorrow, we'll come back and see what's what. They're supposed to kick off about 5 o'clock in Detroit, but I don't know what that'll turn into. So make sure you hit that little bell for notifications, and it'll let you know if I come online. At least it should. So take it easy, stay safe, and I will catch you on the next one. And stay armed if you can. Catch you all on the next one. Thanks, Kate. And thanks for all the support from everybody. I'm out.